What's up, buddy? There they are. Finish this tower, I think. Going on long enough.
Papa pizza pasta.
Is that Andrew? No. It is. Wait. Yep. It's the other Andrew. What's up?
What's poppin'?
I'm just on Twitch and streaming my Minecraft world.
Ooh. Sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Making a pizza. I'm about to rip this this here bong. Oh. Excuse me. Oh, true. That's fair. Yeah. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. I'm popping in as we speak. E.
Well, I'm trying to download it so I can play it offline, but it is not letting me. So I guess we'll play online for a little bit. At least we get a new backup to download. Give it a little bit. What's up, man? Uh-oh. Maybe. Maybe we're not streaming this. It's weird. One more time. Yeah, PayPal gets you like that pretty easily. Alright, well, at least we're back on the online realm. So, leave it at that. Alright. I think I'm out of deep slate, so I think I need to just a little bit. Oh, snap. So currently I have to take care of my insurance record says that I have an at-fault accident, and so it's raising my insurance prices, but I sure don't have an at-fault accident. I can contest it, but everybody's like, yeah, I've had that too, and there was nothing I could do, and it's like, well, that's fucking bullshit. Sorry, that's freaking bullspit. Well, there was so I got in 2 accidents, and both of them weren't my fault. And the second one, the person didn't have insurance, and I was driving Maddie's car, and she sent me her insurance thing, and the cop never even asked for it, and then they said I didn't have insurance. And because they were trying to get a hold of me to give it to them, but they didn't ask for it on scene, and yeah, it was just stupid. But both of them were just other people's faults, and now I have to pay more for my insurance, and I have to do something so I can get my registration taken care of. All right. So supposedly this is streaming to YouTube and Facebook too, but I've never tried that. I also wish there was a free trial on Streamlabs because I don't like their product, I decided. Yeah, we'll see what happens, I guess. I'm not trying to stream seriously or do anything like that, so. Yeah, I like the features on Streamlabs. This is what I was talking about, by the way. And that just makes me so happy. Yeah, my buddy was on here last night, and every time I did it, he said he laughed. But it's a great way to pause the stream, I think. I also was setting up like a Fallout one, like a nuclear test warning one that would come on. I'm gonna freak people out by doing this one. To really get more organized. I have yet to build an auto sorter in this world, and I just have so much stuff, but kinda hate building those. Yeah, also, I guess we can hop back in Discord too, because not even gonna front, that other person watching is just me on my phone to make sure that the stream is going okay. But yeah, there were like 5 people in here a second ago. Well, 4. Like, don't know much about these goat horns. I also was thinking that maybe it's time to get a horse. Hmm. It's time to spruce things up. Hmm. Sworn I had more of that. Hmm. Oh no. That was not what we wanted to do. Um, well, I don't want it like that. Not exactly sure how I'm supposed to place it down like that. Maybe. Perfect opportunity for this. Works for me. Hmm. All right. I have no rockets. Okay, that's fun. That this game messes with my ADD so hard. Now I need rockets and I need to clear these shulker boxes out. I'm sure before I get that done, I'll figure out something else to do. Which means we need paper. Mm-hmm. Left a whole shulker box up here. That's good. So, Ah, no, I was gonna have a little mini heart attack right there. Alright, now, just so easy. I gotta get on top of, that pillar somehow. Really don't know what my best option is, but let's try this. No, just get to the top of this, I guess. Alright, I think it's... oh god. Yeah, we're good. Yeah. Yep. Now we just need to do that on all the corners. That'll look real nice. Maybe we can put a hat on this building. And a hat. Somebody asked me recently what my favorite kind of gameplay was, and you're looking at it. I I can't get enough of repetitive stuff. Repetitive placing one block down at a time. Whoa. Yeah, we love that. I feel like maybe this place needs a, you know, like a hat. This building needs a hat. Yeah, I love brick game. I love blocks. Were the early Metal Gear Solids like 2D platform kind of? Weren't they arcade games? Huh. What am I thinking of? Yeah, I knew the new ones were like just shooters, but yeah, I thought it started out as like a sideways platform kind of arcade game shooter, but I was just a kid whenever I played whatever that was. At the roller skating rink. What is what is DOS? I know what NES is, but I don't know DOS. Well, I might, but fuck. Uh, damn it. Don't know. Okay, I guess let's, you know what? I hate building in survival, but we gotta do it. I'm not building in creative. Scaffolding, nice. Some. Feel like I'll need more, but hmm. That kind of like green screen, like Guitar Center uses it on their cash registers. Yeah, I think I think Guitar Center still uses that on their cash registers. It's like green text. Yeah, kind of. Or maybe white text, but Hey, I made this building way too tall. I thought it would look cool. But it goes above the clouds, and it's stupid tall. And I don't like it. Damn. Supplies go by quick in this game, too. Well, when you make your buildings this tall. I think it's about time to turn on the Minecraft music, because I've had that turned off for a year now. I miss it. It's either that or we listen to unreleased Stone Good music. And we don't want to do that. Alright, that's done. Small detail, but it'll make the building look better overall. Yeah, it already looks better. Just gotta finish those windows. Scaffolding down now. Nice. Good job. At least you didn't start a fire. Or did you? I'm gonna be bougie and put these wood beams. I'm gonna legitimately use logs that you can't even see in the floor because why not? I don't care. What matters is I know it's there and I know how awesome this building is. I don't even remember adding that detail, but I like it. Music in this game is so awesome. Yeah, like I said, it's just been so long since I played with the music on it. This is also a great game to like watch a TV show while you play it and do stuff like this. Also, have we talked about how much I've been into nuclear technology lately? And I watched Chernobyl, because I don't think we've talked for like a week or so. Oh, hey, also, I don't know if you were probably making your pizza when I said this, but right now it's really just you and me in the Twitch stream because the other one is just me on my phone to like make sure the Twitch is or the stream is okay and everything. So if you want to pop back on Discord, I'm in there again. Oh. All right. Everything, let's see. Everything fucking sucks. Just kidding, sorry. One thing that needs to happen probably is if I'm gonna stream games like Minecraft, I probably shouldn't cuss as much. But I'm sure it doesn't matter too much. All right. Also, gonna see if I can download this now. All right. Alrighty. You ever just consciously make a choice that you know you're gonna regret? Like, I just grabbed the last Pepsi from the fridge, and instead of putting more in it, I just made the choice not to. And I know that I'm gonna regret it next time I want a soda. We're gonna have to change that sound. Hold up. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. If we're gonna hear a sound every time. Is it just gonna do this, like, constantly until, like, it gets through all of my 600 Facebook followers? Because that's gonna be a little annoying. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to turn that off. We don't need to listen to that the whole time. Alright, yeah, turn that off. That's annoying. Yeah, I think it would have done that for every 600, like, there's only, like, it's not like I have a lot, a lot of, Facebook followers, but it would have done it 600 times. That's too funny. Alright. Anyway, I got this world to download so I can play it offline and I can see further. My computer won't run all the way up to 96 chunks, but it will do like 64 fairly decently, and it still looks really nice. All right, yeah. Yes, you can see so much further. And like the top of the building doesn't start rendering out because it's too tall. Yeah. It looks so nice. We like that. I hope that they make realms better to the point where like you can get higher rendering distance on realms. Because it's like, man, I pay for that. I'll pay more. I'll pay more for higher render distance. Maybe. Oh, damn it. Okay, wait. No, we're good. I sort of hate that I built that above the clouds. Or I wish that, like, clouds wouldn't go inside of the building. Somehow. Anyway. Now I just need to decide what I want to do. Oh yeah, we need to finish the windows up there. Means organize these shulker boxes a little bit. Anything that's not immediately what I need. Put in here. Just yeah, now sort of toying with the idea of building a bubble elevator right now. Also, so I don't have to keep climbing this all the way to the top, but I haven't quite figured out how I want to do the bubble elevator in this building, so I didn't really plan for it when I did this, which I should have. I'm thinking we could just throw it in the corner somewhere pretty easily. So this sounds like a new song that I don't know, which is pretty nice. All right. And of course it's nighttime again. Also, I think we need to turn the render distance down just a touch, considering we are also streaming all of this. Oh shit, it's all the way up. Yeah, no wonder. Performing pretty well for it being all the way up. Let's go down to 64. We don't need all that. There we go. Much smoother. Probably even go down to like 48. It's not like we need to see that far. It's just pretty. We're gonna turn the clouds off. No clouds. No clouds. Ooh. Maybe scaffolding? Yeah. Let's go ahead and just utilize the right tools and stop trying to take shortcuts. Ah! Ah. All right. So I just need the glass on those windows. And I really haven't decided if I'm going to leave these top 2 floors to be like 2-story floors, because I'm tired of building all these floors in between, and realistically, I don't have anything to put in the top of this tower. Like, I'm never going to come up here. There's a mob farm up here, but like, I don't know. Also, we can always build later on it. I don't know. Really, what I would like to do is move out of this area, because I'm tired of looking at all this dead wasteland. It's not very pretty. I thought it would be cool to live out here for some reason. Well, maybe I came out here for gold. I don't remember why I started building out here, but I regret it. I would think that using a whole sapling would be efficient, but I guess not. What's doing out here? That's interesting. I don't remember putting that there. sign is not supposed to be there. I don't know if anybody's watching currently, but I found this little hole in my building way up here, and I have to fly right into it in order to fix it. Oh man, I love building in survival mode. Yes. Oh, damn it. Okay. Huh. Definitely not sure how those two pieces got missed, but I'm glad I saw it now. Alright. That up. I think we need to get a whole bunch of spruce wood, because I'd like to accent this whole building in spruce wood, I think. Alright. I think it definitely is time to maybe grind on the spruce wood. Well, gosh. Yeah, I want a little bit more to go over there with, at least. Build that ring around the lights so I can walk on it. Let's go ahead and use the mouse for this, because got way more control over where I'm looking. You know, really I should get used to just playing with the mouse, but I don't like to. I think using a controller is fun. That's what I'm gonna do. Alright, yeah, that's probably enough to go back there with. Hmm. Oh man, it's gonna take so much wood to do the things I want to do in here. That's okay. I've been looking for something to do in this world anyway. I think that putting wood around everything is just what the doctor ordered. Yeah. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, we like it. All right. I'm all alone. There's no one here beside me. Troubles have all gone. All right. What happened to all the glass? Damn it. Did I just waste a bunch? No, I put it all in here, huh? Alrighty. God. This is fun. We like this part. Oh wait, is it done? I hate putting window panes in. It's a pain. Haha. I'm pretty sure I just told that joke to myself. That's awesome. I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't know, man. God, there's nothing to watch. I have nothing to watch. I'm saying, man. Alright, I figured it out. Not really what I want to watch, but it's what we're gonna watch.
All this building, so
That means if you're gonna be watching my stream... Oh. What? I don't know. Hello? Alright. Anyway. I don't understand. Anyway, yeah. If you're watching my stream, you're gonna be watching Minecraft twice. Uh-huh, uh-huh.
I just spent the day collecting more. I was getting bored of just building and collecting resources, though, so I just decided to go back to the Nether and explore some more. Found a boring fortress, then found a second one immediately after, which only had weird lava stuff going on, so I just continued on. Then I found another new biome, a bone one. I'm not sure how many new biomes there are, but this one is one of my favorites. Explored some more, and then I found this new pigman to exploit capitalism to again. I love capitalism. I then had another fun experience with an ender pearl and nearly got myself killed. Kinda normal now, then had a fun accidental run-in with some wither skeletons. And just teleported out of there. Time to head back home. But on my way home, these pigmen wouldn't move out of my way. It was reminding me of high school, so...
Does YouTube make it so you can't...
Leave me alone. I don't care if you're selling Girl Scout cookies or trying to convert me into your religion. I just don't want...
Do they make it so you can't watch? You have to be... Huh. Weird. Okay.
Want your business. Oh god, they made it in. Oh no, now they're waiting for me at my home. I don't know exactly how to handle... Wait. I have like 12 iron golems. I know there was a reason why I kept them around. Now back to the cactus farm. I wanted to finalize it and make it look a bit better, so I removed all the dirt and added wood. Then I played with the bamboo part and wanted to make sure that a cactus bamboo XP farm would still work. And it does! But now I have to figure out a way to transfer the cactus to the furnace by itself so it can become fully automated. Also found out that a hopper minecart's speed is affected by the amount of items it's carrying. Kinda cool. I gave up on trying to find a way to transfer the cactus over to the furnace, so I just decided to rebuild the entire cactus farm again for the third time. Made it entirely out of dirt this time though until I figure out the placement, and then I'll just go back with pretty blocks. Of course though, a stupid creeper had to blow up part of the building. After that got fixed up, I began to make the building look pretty, since it worked perfectly. I took my time with this one, so it took me 3 days to finish it up. I wanted to set the general theme for each building, starting with this one. I'm pretty proud with how it turned out. I think my entire compound will look pretty good with a theme like this. Finally now, I'm beginning the permanent lighting around my compound. After deciding to go with glowstone, I began the painstaking process of lighting up the ground all evenly, and add it onto my house. But I need a lot more glowstone, so to the nether I go. And 164, I nearly finished it all. But I want to explore the nether some more. This time though, I'm just going to run in a straight line and make a portal far away. I want to explore the overworld some more, but I don't feel like traveling thousands and thousands of blocks to see new places. Plus, this might put me close to a woodland mansion. I found another pig boy fortress and traded their gold back to them for some items, and luckily got everything I needed for a portal. Then, unluckily, I think I got one of the worst portal spawns I've ever had. I was roughly 100 blocks away from an island. While exploring this new faraway land, I somehow managed to get 3 wolves. But then I tried to sleep, and apparently I signed up for The Walking Dead. Except my experience wasn't stupid or drawn out longer than it needed to be. But I couldn't fall asleep for well over 5 minutes. The hordes just wouldn't stop coming. I then found a village that was kind and gave me diamonds. Then a desert village, but it didn't have anything worthwhile. But I was feeling good about this location, since it was roughly 16,000 blocks away from my house. So I wanted to go get some shulker boxes, since I'm always running out of space, and I knew I couldn't explore too much of this new land without more inventory space. I made all 4 of my wolves sit, since I didn't want them to die in the nether while following me, went through the portal and found my 5th wolf. Somehow, have a 5th one. Began running, lost my wolf to some hogs, and then continued running. Found my portal room and did some Iron Golem Pigman XP farming, and finally made it back home. Now, I just can't help myself, I keep getting around. I'm now the parent of 14 Iron
Yay.
Golems. Thank you very much. Said hi to a cat, and it's time to start my journey to the end. I took my fastest horse. For those that were wondering this entire time, no, I didn't forget about my panda. He's still in his hole and happy as ever. Things are about to get interesting. I found the area where the end portal spawns, and I began to dig down. The end portal roughly spawns around Y level 30. I went all the way down to bedrock. So I threw another Eye of Ender, and it kept going right back to my stairs. At this point, I'm getting worried. I thought my world glitched and I wouldn't be able to go to the end unless I cheated, but then I felt that would have ruined my entire playthrough. So I went to bed. I read online that 3 end portals spawn per world, roughly 1,000 blocks away from spawn. So I rode all the way to the 0 coordinates. And to my luck, the internet was correct. I had a second end portal somewhere. Started the day off with getting rid of my raid curse, and then immediately leaving that town. And then my Eye of Ender went into the ground, began digging, and I found it. To the stronghold. I then began to return home, said hi to the raid that I started, and said bye to the raid that I started, and made it back home, and then I just got organized. Now it's time to take on the Ender Dragon and get my shulker boxes. I know the dragon launches you in the air, so I wanted to try out this water bucket tactic. never done it before, but after 3 tries off of my roof, it seemed easy enough. So I thought I would really practice, off of my mob grinder. Not like I have anything to lose. The thing is, I didn't only just jump once, not twice, but 3 times. I was gonna go fully kitted out, potions, everything, you know, but then I thought that would be boring for you guys to watch, so I just went with this. And I headed out. Got to the portal room and we're in. The towers were probably the easiest thing in this entire run. I wasn't nervous about those at all. Figured it would just take me 1 shot to bring down all of those crystals. I'm super happy that I practiced those water bucket landings. It came in handy right when the dragon launched me off. I kept on trying to put her to bed, but she was having a little crybaby fit and claimed she wasn't tired. I then had to put my foot down and tell her that she was tired. And then she threw me into the air. I was angry. Then I made a perfect landing without hurting myself. I then went up to her and tried to calm her down and say hi. Nothing serious happened, though. I then finally got her to go to bed, but she launched me in the air as one last angry temper tantrum. I was even angry at this point, so I had to use 0.5% of my power and teleport to the ground. And then I finally beat Minecraft. It was a close run with the dragon, but at the end wait. Am I gonna die? Seriously? Right now? I'll tell you about the time I survived 100 days in hardcore. After all I went through, this stupid Enderman is going to end my run? Contrary to popular belief, death isn't nice, so I didn't want to experience it again. Now there's 4 after me? Day 27 was more action-packed, though. I encountered a literal child wielding a trident 5 times his body size. Obviously quickly aborted the 84-month-old fetus. Is this the end? I finished stripping their village the next day and then focused on building them a comfortable home. I was truly focused on making them feel I had the entire situation under control. Honestly, was never even worried. I then used the dragon's XP to heal all of my tools. I then found this weird contraption in the sky, never seen it before, so I was wondering what it did. I went through the other portal first, then tried to go through this weird portal thing. Not the easiest in the world for some reason. I honestly thought I was dead, and I immediately became worried. Then, the world loaded. Honestly, not much happened here. First time ever being in this end city place. Didn't even know that this portal would take me here. I thought I would have to bridge to this place. The shulkers were easy too. They weren't even a threat at all. They were super weak. I found some nice things in the tower though. The shulkers even helped me out at certain parts. They helped me fly past all the parkour. I found some more nice items and then found out the hard way that ender chests can't be broken without a silk touch pickaxe. Yep. Got bored, so I farmed endermen all day. I returned home and then finally made my shulker boxes. They're absolutely beautiful and everything I could wish for. Figured after 186 days, I should probably finish my house. After going through dozens of wall designs, I hated all of them and decided to wing this build. Made my first wall, hated it. Made it again, and also hated it. Then I finally came up with a general theme that I liked. Don't worry, I'll change it again. And I did some work on the stones around my house. While I was changing out my floor, I finally figured out how the iron golems were getting to my villagers. I'll have to fix that soon. Added to my walls and finally got rid of the oak logs around my house and filled them in with dark oak. And finally figured out how I want my walls from now on. I knew I'd need an astronomical amount of wood for my house, so I spent the entire day and night collecting some wooden logs. Spent this day building up my walls, then had to sleep because the mouth breathers came in. I wanted to turn my compound into a city, so after deciding what to make the roads out of and beginning the road, I wanted to put a giant tree in my house. I don't know why. Thought it would be cool. Upon building my mansion, it was really starting to bug me how there were so many iron golems in the villager dungeon. So I went and broke them all out. I knew these mouth breathers wouldn't escape while it's nighttime, except 3 of the iron golems were in love with the villagers, so I had to rush and get them out, barely finishing the great iron golem escape. I hated how the second floor was looking, and I just couldn't make the roof work, so I tore down the second floor entirely, and worked on the first roof this day. I ran out of cobblestone, and with the 100-day challenge nearly over, I rushed to mining to collect more, then got ganked by a deadly skeleton. And got lost. Dug up, then worked on my castle. Since the 200-day challenge is nearly over, I fully focused on building this castle. I really wanted to finish the outside at least before the 200th day. Had some challenges near the end with the flying mouth breathers attacking me and slowing me down near the end, but in the end, I didn't finish building the castle. Sadly, I'll have to finish it next time. I first needed to clean up my inventory and my shulker boxes, then I went and made some TNT. Since ancient debris doesn't get destroyed from it and I wanted to complete this challenge fast, I knew I needed all the time that I could get. Oh, and I made a chicken egg farm. Not sure why. Gathered more sand for TNT and raw salmon for cats. Apparently, to tame cats you need to use raw fish and not arrows. Who would have guessed? I just farmed while I waited for cats to spawn in. Finally one did. He was very reluctant and loved to become my pet. I then farmed creepers at night for some more gunpowder. Boom baby, I got 2 more cats. Now I only need 1 more for the mob grinder, which I got the next morning. I updated the mob grinder and put cats in each corner, just so the creepers would run to the water and I would get gunpowder faster. I farmed it a little bit and the drops weren't the worst, but definitely not the best. Then a traveling villager came by and gave me 2 leads for free. Since I would just be farming and doing the same thing over and over again for the next 10 days, I downloaded this replay mod that I saw some other Minecraft YouTubers using and figured I would try it out too. Every single night I would go out and kill creepers, and each day I would just farm the mob grinder, just so I can maximize the gunpowder gain. I also want to take the time to explain one crucial thing about this series. Each 100 days takes me about a month to a month and a half to make. Trust me, I'm always making the next episode. This series will keep going till I die. Hopefully that clears some things up while you guys wait for each episode. I promise I'm working as fast as I can on these. Also, do you guys want me to keep using this mod, or would you rather see every single day that I farm boring things? I just figured that this would be faster and you guys would rather have it this way. After grinding for 10 days straight, I ended up with 90 TNT. Hopefully this is enough. While digging down, I awkwardly found 1 ancient debris. I lined up a tunnel of TNT and let it rip, baby. After using 14 TNT, I got a whole lot of nothing at all. Like, not even 1 block of ancient debris. So this is what I'm dealing with. No wonder it's a challenge you guys wanted me to do, but the next TNT strip I found too. Using the rest of the TNT, it only got me 9 more ancient debris, for 10 total. Not worth it at all, so I just spent the rest of my time in the nether doing this. I found mining was way more efficient than TNT, unless you have a massive gunpowder farm. I found a child trying to do capitalism with me, but he tried to rip me off and not give me anything for my gold, so I asked kindly for it back. No one can abuse capitalism except for me. Got some more ancient debris, but my pick was almost destroyed. For anyone who does this strat with me, quartz will be your best friend. Here's my pick before quartz, and after quartz, from mining a few branches of it. I was going to return home and call this challenge complete because my pick was almost destroyed, but I healed it up enough and I needed maybe 2 times more ancient debris to have netherite everything. Keep chasing me and I won't upload this movie. So much mining, which continued on this day. And we're done. I got all 32 ancient debris that I needed for my armor and tools. Now it's time to... Oh no. It's the mob with the world's best tracking. I think it's over for me. After messing with the locals, I returned home. Crafted the netherite ingots and made my netherite armor, completing the first challenge in 23 days. Now for the next challenge, since I just got stronger equipment, I figured I should get rid of all of it and take on the nether fortress with nothing but a wooden sword and golden apples. So back into the nether I go. I never did fully explore this fortress, the one next to my portal, so I went for this one. Since all fortresses are basically the same and I know this one is huge. It was pretty boring at first, but slowly the enemies began to spawn in. I took on the first wither skeleton that I saw, which was a piece of cake. Actually, they both were. I was surprised that there were still some chests in this fortress, which held great loot. Most quarters were empty and pointless. found more treasure, 3 chests all next to each other, more exploring, and then I ended it off with fighting more wither skeletons. This fortress was so easy that I did a quick look around to see if I could find another one to go take this challenge to, which there weren't. 2 out of 4 challenges done now. Went to the nether and farmed some gas. I would need their tears to make some crystals to respawn the inner dragon. Oh, and I fell, but luckily my bones broke the fall for me. I made the 4 crystals and then decided to go mess with my chicken farm because Skies is a big dummy doo-doo hit. Did you write this? Oh, security. Day 227, I prepared to take on the inner dragon with only wooden tools and golden apples. I didn't want to use beds, even though they would have killed the dragon faster, because it would have killed me easily after 1 use. Besides, only wooden tools would be a fun enough challenge. Made it to the end and put down the crystals. I was incredibly shocked though, because I didn't know that it would resurrect every single crystal in the end. Now I'm worried. I always look for loopholes in life. From wood, we get sticks, so technically sticks are wooden. Bows are made out of sticks, meaning that bows are also wooden tools. Now I'm not worried. I shot down every crystal and got to half hearts. Stop looking at the time of the video, you're spoiling this. I got super ballsy and bridged over to some towers so I could get a nice vantage point on the dragon. Now the real game begins. Sadly, I can't shoot the dragon while she's resting on top of the bedrock. I know, it was super intense at this moment. But then I noticed that she angered the Enderman. Didn't know that could happen. Then she had the audacity to threaten me and call my manager because she didn't know what arrows were and demanded that I show her what they were. Apparently, she's a hands-on learner. The next couple of minutes were becoming so easy for me that I had to turn my monitor off, flip it upside down, unplug my mouse, and play with 3 hands tied behind my back. And still made the first shot. Seeing how every single Enderman was at all on the inner dragon on my wall. A nice reminder of loopholes. Seeing how my house still isn't finished and I quite literally don't have any more cobblestone, I went to mining. Except I kept finding these worthless blue rocks. I'm never lucky, man. The hunt for cobblestone continued on day 231 and 232. And finally, after a super long and grueling 233 days, I finally finished the exterior of my house. Sadly now, the millions of farm animals of mine were lagging my computer a lot, so I had to go say hi to them all. Afterwards, I enchanted some books since I was almost level 40. Now, to keep things entertaining, I ran through the nether back to that faraway place from the 200 days video. I now had shulker boxes, so I wanted to explore more. So, I gathered my dogs and killed some sheep since I forgot to bring a bed. I accidentally hit my dogs and healed them up. Then, got surprised that I now have 2 puppies. Apparently, healing them makes them make babies. Also, this blacksmith only had saplings in his chest, because that makes sense. Spent this day exploring. From another portal, it's 16,000 blocks away from my house. I decided to run all the way back. There's no way nothing fun happens. Right? I was running past a village, but the villagers were begging me to give them capitalism. So I stole all their wheat and sold it back to them. Profits! Nothing exciting, just explored. But then, I found the world's most boring village. Nothing here. Did you know iron golems are very rude and won't say hi to your dogs? No respect around here. Then I found a biome that I never knew existed. A flower forest. Was kinda cool. Now, my memory isn't the best for places that I found, but I'm pretty certain that this is the first abandoned mineshaft that I found. I was feeling kind, so I went and said hi to some animals. Well, a lot of animals. Pretty sure I found the weird stone forest place from the 100 days video. I also found a sunken ship with the world's greatest loot. I'm so blessed. This creeper thought he was a comedian with my boat, and I swam with a dolphin for the first time. And I found out that they like playing with rotten flesh. I found the blacksmith's cousin. Apparently this chest runs in the family. So, I kicked his child out of the bed and slept. The next day, I luckily found a village that actually had good loot. Then, I found a desert temple, which didn't have good loot. So I used 4% of my power and found a second one, which also had okay loot. Then, found a village to bring capitalism to. Nothing happened, just explored. Found the pillager tower that I found back in the 200 days video. Then, found a desert temple right after that. It didn't have that bad of loot. Also, found a weird looking village with some emeralds for me. Love donations, they're very kind. Then for some reason, the villagers said that they'd love to be in a raid. They wanted something exciting in their lives. So I went back to the pillager tower and got the raid curse. And then the raid began. I wanted to cheese it though, so I went mining for iron. I wanted to create a few iron golems. Also, I think this is the first dungeon I found in this world. Pretty good loot. Made it back to the village and I found 113 iron ore. Finally, after smelting for half a day, the iron was all done. Now to find the last raider, which, for the life of me, I could not find. I searched the entire village at least 5 times over and I couldn't find him. Houdini would be proud of him. After doing one last search, I gave up. I have no idea where the last one went. So I went and got the raid curse again and ran to a different village. Began the raid a second time and made my iron golems. It was time to cheese this baby, and it was working beautifully. I barely had to do anything. Found out I had 4 iron golems and not 3. Thank you villagers for actually helping. I used about 2% of my power and kept sniping this Ravager. The Navy SEAL snipers would be proud of me. Killed a mouth breather and got a totem of undying. Now the fun starts. I wouldn't let my boy die, he was carrying me too hard. Pulled him up twice and I almost died. Went down to 1 heart remaining and the golden apple saved me. The raid ended and I gained 4 totems of undying. The villagers were amazing and showered me in gifts and were super thankful for me saving them. Yep. So many gifts. I wanted to do another raid, but I couldn't find the pillager tower for the life of me. So I found a desert temple instead with some insanely good loot. Found the desert village from the 100-day video and sold their wheat back to them for profit. Found another desert village the next day and I loved the profits so much that I exploited this village too. Made so much profits. Finally made it back home after traveling 16,000 blocks. Wasn't a bad adventure. I filled up 3 shulker boxes, and the entire time I was running, I was killing every animal I saw. I don't think I'll ever need a farm for food again. I then just spent this time organizing everything. To keep the hype going, I wanted to take on the Wither. I went to the Nether and began clearing out the Nether fortress. I wanted to make a huge spawn platform for the Wither skeletons. And I got 2 Wither skulls while making the platform. Farmed and expand the platform this day, and this day as well. Now, on day 259, for some reason, not sure why, but I think the zombie pigmen really hated me killing them. Not sure why. After getting the last skull, they all escorted me out. I think they just wanted to make sure that I was safe. Such sweethearts. Now, to take on the Wither. I'm going to cheese this as well, so I went down into my mineshaft and cleared out a nice room for him, and almost killed the iron golem while doing it. Now with my 4 iron golems already, it was time to spawn them in. The golems actually did a lot of work and was pretty funny to watch. Sadly, all 4 of them died. Not really surprised though. And I killed the Wither and got my first Nether star. With the beacon made, I wanted to show off my wealth with it. I wanted to make the entire beacon out of emeralds. It would take a lot of trading, so I would need more traders and a better stick farm. Moved some villagers over and expanded my trading grounds. Made more trading stands and farmed sticks. Since the blacksmith didn't have anything that I need or could sell, I decided to get rid of him. He was super willing, luckily. Yep. No issues at all. I hate villagers. Enchanted some books and tools, then began to move the villagers over to a different mansion. I wanted to put my beacon right in front of my mansion. Farmed more sticks and gained more emeralds. Moved the villagers at night and yep, I still hate them. Same thing during the day, and I finally moved over all the little angels to their new mansion. Made it pretty, and I'm certain that Grian would be proud of me. After finding a nice spot for the Pyramid of Wealth, I noticed that, wow, I'm going to need a lot of emeralds. And the current way that I do it won't do. It takes too much durability out of my sword. I wanted to make an auto bamboo farm, and I messed with it all day. I'd say I'm a master at redstone at this point. And I continue to mess with redstone on this day. I thought I was onto something, and after working on it all day, it didn't work. So I tore it down and made profits. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, when in doubt, search on YouTube how to make a redstone auto bamboo farm. And I just continue making it on this day. Ran out of materials, so I had to go farm in the Nether, and got back to work. Also made a bridge because I was tired of running around the farm. Surprised it took me this long to make it. Gathered more sand for the bamboo farm's glass and worked on the machine some more. Just worked on the machine all day. I ran out of materials again, so I just gathered wood and iron. I think I'll have to make an iron farm very soon. I'm completely out of it. I finally finished 4 levels to the auto bamboo farm. I don't think I'll make it any bigger. I gain a few hundred bamboo per hour. Now, the librarian villager can sell me name tags. I needed one for the zombie in the iron farm. I worked on maxing out the librarian, which ink sacks helped me out tremendously. I recommend using those. Got the name tag and named it something very serious. And then went mining for iron. Needed some hoppers for the iron farm. After mining enough iron, I went and got prepared for the farm. I heard I shouldn't make the iron farm near any other villagers or iron golems, so I made it next to my mob grinder, hopefully far enough away. Then a mouth breather came by and I had to sleep. Started the day off by jumping off the bridge, a healthy way to start. Did some parkour and jumped off the bridge again. I used my mob grinder to get the zombie, which worked perfectly. Led him to his new massive home and named him a name fitting of a king name. Then it was time to transfer some villagers over. Easier said than done. After so many headaches and problems, I finally got the first villager in his nice house. I think he loved it in there. Began the day off nicely by suffocating a villager on accident. I got the last 2 villagers in their rooms. Nothing funny or annoying happened. Also, had to ender pearl out because a villager was holding me hostage in there. Now that the difficult part is over, time to build the iron farm. Luckily, nothing bad happened. It was a pretty quick farm to make. Finished it all this day. Activated the farm and it began working immediately. Tore down the cobblestone monstrosity. Luckily, from the roses they drop, I now have a bone meal farm too. And the bamboo farm is working wonderfully. Traded for the night. Checked on the iron farm to make sure everything was working perfectly, and this dude decided to defy gravity. Jumped off the bridge. Colorful rainbow parrot. He'll be missed. I went and finished the raid. Then, the villagers set off fireworks in celebration. Didn't know that they do that, but it's pretty cool. I left the feather from my favorite parrot on the wall with his friends. I want to end this movie off with a bang. So, to the nether I returned to gather 3 more wither skulls. I insulted a K-pop band and the pigment didn't take it lightly. My apologies. It took me 8 days of farming to get all 3 skulls. It was insanely boring. Really, nothing happened those 8 days. Except on 295, I was messing with the pigman and accidentally fell. I didn't take much damage though, really wasn't close. Now that the boring long grind is over, I returned home and sold a lot of items that I gathered. Also got prepared for the fight and getting the new iron golems ready. Oh, and I enchanted some stuff since I'm level 52. Now, for the day we've all been waiting for. Day 300. I'm going to take on the Wither, a second time. Still gonna cheese it though. So, I made my way down, ran to the Wither room. Luckily, I didn't hurt any of my golems this time, and it's time to party, baby. Golems do a massive amount of damage to the Wither, luckily. I actually did fight the Wither this time. I killed the Wither with only half a heart missing. Got my second beacon, and just did chores around the house to finish up the day. Then... So I immediately got to work and prepared all of the items I would need for the Wither skeleton farm. I went to the current Wither farm, but I didn't want to mess with it. Plus, it would be difficult to make it into a new farm. So I went to the other nether fortress about 300 blocks from my portal, and began to destroy the bridge for the platform. After destroying the bridge and lowering the pillars down a bit, it was time to create the dirt platform for the skeletons. After finishing the spawn platforms, it began to work immediately. I then needed to get a piglin into that center dirt hole for the farm, which was easier said than done. Upon reaching the hole, he heard about who I was and decided to protect me from the blaze. Very brave and honorable. Except he did it twice and died. I was incredibly happy and definitely not angry one bit. I acquired a second one and led him to the farm. I wanted to get rid of this skeleton though because I didn't want this one to die. I wanted to protect him while he's gone. Where did he go? I thought he went under the bridge, but I never saw him again. Third one's the charm. Now get into the hole. No, get into the hole. I said, into the hole, not me. Okay, let's try this again. Now, into the hole. Not around it. Stop that. Into the hole. Stop it, into the hole. Stop it, stop it, stop. And I gave him a very good name. Then I got back to terraforming and removing this pillar, which I came very close to lava. I also don't have any fire resistance potions. I finished up their drop chute and made a staircase up. The majority of this farm is complete. Now it's time to put down something to prevent mobs from spawning. You know the old saying, sticks and stones may break my bones, blah blah blah? Well, buttons look like rocks, and rocks are stone. So I made a wooden button, since it looks like a wooden stone. A double nightmare for wither skeletons. I farmed trees all day 307. I needed more wood to continue the wither skeleton nightmare landscaping job, which I continued on this day, and I went back to the other nether fortress to farm wither skulls. I needed wither roses to finish this farm. Now, things are getting weird. I was farming still, but my nether was really dark and weird. Thought the game was glitching, so I returned home, which was also dark, and went to sleep. Game is still dark and still farming for wither skulls. I got super lucky on day 311. I got all 3 wither skulls nearly back to back. The zombie pigmen then escorted me out again. They're so kind. I really don't deserve them. Then I just got organized. I would need a distraction for the wither, so I bred my dogs. I would need a lot. But then I decided to not use them. Didn't want you guys or me to be sad. So, to make me not sad, I did some capitalism. Then I began to expand my land for the villagers' new home, which continued on to this day with a very pleasing time lapse. I moved the wall. Glad I didn't make the Japanese style wall yet. I didn't know what I wanted for this house. I just began with a random circle format and filled it in. I dug out 2 holes for the ponds and filled them with water. For this build, I wanted to go out of my comfort zone and try and make it messy, but controlled, if that makes sense. And I began the cobblestone walkway. I split the pathway into 2 so I can make this man-made tree. I wanted something big on the front, not sure why, just figured it would look cool. Then I wrapped the pathway around it. I added a layer of stone onto the dirt. I think it would have looked better if I made the hill bigger and taller, but I think it still worked pretty well. With the hill being a weird shape, the house had to be a weird shape as well, or else it would barely have any room. In hindsight, I should have made this hill way bigger, or the pond smaller. I like the texture of barrels, so I made the floor out of barrels too. After finishing my barrel floor, it was time to make the walls look pretty. Nothing special for this part, I followed the general theme from my mansion for it. I needed more wood though, so this forest right behind my compound disappeared. No idea what happened to it. I'm sorry, tree.org. I farmed the wrong trees. I mean, the wrong trees disappeared. I need oak logs, not dark oak logs. So more of the forest needed to disappear. Sadly though, I closed Minecraft when I was done with this recording session, and over half of the replay mod videos didn't save properly. So I lost a lot of the pretty footage for you guys. I'm sorry. I'm always needing oak logs, so I planted a lot of oak saplings to the left of my compound. I got tired of running out so far. Then it was back to working on the house. Since it was so tiny, everything had to be kinda compact, but I personally feel like it made it look better. Luckily, I did actually need those dark oak logs, and there we have it. Most of the house done. I think it's looking pretty good so far. I forgot to record. I don't know how, but I finished the walls. I think this is looking pretty awesome so far, and I added some fences around the house just for a nicer look. Now for the roof. I lined it up with dark oak logs and tried to figure out how I could do this. I couldn't do the same roof as my mansion since this building is shaped like a bean. But I aimed for how I did the top of my mansion, so a very pointy tip basically. I ran out of the very valuable gray block though, so back to mining I go. Which continued on this day. And I finally returned home and got organized. Then it was back to my bean roof making. After making the edges look prettier and the roof super tall, I finally finished it. It looks like a witch's hat. I didn't want the inside to look that tall though, so I covered the ceiling. I worked on the tree and I'm pretty happy with how the wooden part of it ended up. I wanted to move away from torches though, so I crafted some lanterns to spoil these villagers. Lit up the entire new villager house, ended up using all 64 lanterns. And this is what we ended up with. I still need to add leaves to the tree though. It was time to finish another challenge from you guys. I looked at the burning iron golem for comfort, and threw my bucket off the edge. I caught it mid-air, and stuck the landing. Very easy. To celebrate, I went and got leaves and added them to the tree. And yep, I'm gonna need a lot more leaves. So I went out and collected a massive amount of leaves, and finished off the tree. I think it looks pretty awesome now. Since I had so many leaves left over, I added some to the villager's house and to my mansion, which I think it made it look even better. Day 330, I bred some more of my dogs. Not sure why. I jumped off my bridge for some good luck, always healthy. Did some capitalism, and enchanted some of my belongings. I needed to get emeralds faster though, so I began making more stands and bringing them over. Luckily, this villager didn't give me a hard time, and I can't put down the fletching table. I spoke too soon. I then realized that with the boat, I can go through anything with a 1-block clearing. This will make getting these heathens out a lot easier. For some reason, some of the villagers escaped. I guess I didn't like their mansion. Then, after fighting for 5 minutes to get the toolsmith into the boat, he took some damage, happily, and got him into his trading stand. Then, I got another villager out there. I think I'm at 9 trading stands right now. After doing some capitalism and preparing for the end boss fight, it was time to head to the end. And then immediately turned back because I forgot the crystals to revive the dragon. It was getting late, so I just made another villager stand. Started the day off healthy and jumped off the bridge. Then, did some iron capitalism. I'm loving iron more than sticks now, and it was time to head off to the end. I'm ready to fight the Wither and Ender Dragon at the same time. Now in the end, and I wanted to cheese the Wither. You guys didn't say specifically how I needed to defeat it, so I was going to trap it in bedrock under the end portal. I love loopholes. So, I put down all 4 crystals and began to resurrect the dragon. For a 3rd time or something. I lost track. I spawned in the Wither, and now it's time to fight both bosses together. Luckily, the Wither is locked in place, and it's out. Okay, he didn't seem too happy about me stabbing him with a sword for some reason, not sure why. But then the dragon called him a no-legged loser. He didn't take it lightly, so he decided to help me with the dragon. I took the dragon head on, and she got me quite low, but wasn't worried. Homeboy came in and saw her being mean to me, so he helped me out. Then I watched them both play tag or something. It was cute regardless. I needed to make a blast-proof room for the Wither so it wouldn't hurt me so badly. So I dug into one of the obsidian towers. I kept hitting my sniper shots. I think that's why the Navy SEAL sniper team keeps on texting me. I killed the dragon so I could focus the Wither, since he's harder. And it was easier said than done to get him to follow me. After all of that, it was time to cheese this baby. The blast-proof room was working really well. I got him past half health, and then he just had to escape. Apparently, death wasn't something he wanted to experience again. For a solid minute, I was always at half health. I just couldn't get away from him, so I had to Ender Pearl out and barely lived. He kept on doing this strange dabbing dance while chasing me. I took offense to that, so I used 3.2% of my power and took him head on. Luckily, he didn't run, and I killed the Wither, surviving with 3 hearts remaining. I have now beaten the Ender Dragon and Wither at the same time. Another challenge done. I was completely out of food and low on items, so I returned home. By the way, the horse doesn't have a name. What should we call him? I got organized and made my 3rd beacon upon returning home. I think I need to build a bridge soon. Returning to the end is always a chore with my horse. Back in the end I am, and it's time to return to the end city place portal thing. Immediately almost killed myself with a bad pearl, which I did again right after that. To all of your surprise, I haven't improved since the Bed Wars video. So after that, I just bridged everywhere. Then I finally found my first end boat. Didn't take that long, which I also bridged to. Luckily, the boat had some pretty good loot in it. Then I finally got my first ever elytra, and an achievement named after me. Another challenge completed. Don't worry, I got the dragon head from the front of the boat, and I thought I looked awesome. Then it was time to fly for my first time ever in Minecraft, which went pretty smoothly, and I landed very safely. I was incredibly proud of myself. I wasn't done though, so I flew around and found another tower and boat. I got a second elytra, and this boat also had some pretty good loot. Afterwards, I took on the tower, but nothing exciting happened. I just killed a lot of shulkers. Then I made the world's greatest landing through a 1x1 hole in the portal, which I was proud of, and returned home without my horse. Oh my god, I left my favorite horse. So I flew back, got the horse, and returned home. I needed to enchant my elytra with unbreaking and mending, so I just traded all day for some XP, and ended up with 11 emerald blocks, completing the first layer of the pyramid. I would need more villagers to trade with, so I gave them some food after starving them for about 150 days. And look, we have the first child. Oh my god, they can escape through the windows. I plucked up all the holes, and luckily all villagers were still inside. I did some capitalism afterwards for more levels, and then made some armor stands. I was gaining a lot of armor from the end and some random chests, so I thought it would look cool if I had some guards at the mansion, which it didn't look bad at all to me. I kept on trading until I hit level 30, and then I enchanted books until I got an unbreaking one for the elytra. Then I put unbreaking 2 and mending on my elytra. Time to heal this poor thing up. And the cactus farm that I have worked wonderfully. Then I removed my farm, since I never use it and I need more space for machines. With the farm removed, my land looks weird. It's weird to have it so open. Then it was time to begin the carrot farm. I got the villager spot ready, and in case you were wondering, yes, I still hate villagers. This one had to be a pain. Next day, he glitched over all blocks. Then he teleported upwards and looked terrifying. Then he teleported downwards. And then he teleported right next to me. Kinda creepy. And then finally he stayed in his hole after I covered up the entire area in dirt. I tore down the dirt contraption and he never moved. Even when I changed blocks to glass, he didn't move. I feel like something was wrong with him. But frankly, I don't care. I just worked on the carrot farm and made it look pretty, then had to collect more sand for glass. I finished up the basic part of the carrot farm. Went nicely. Got the second villager into the machine, which went smoothly. Nothing exciting happened. Then I went to a nightmare and found out that I had a lot of villagers now. Scared me to my core. Luckily, they were all jumping into my boat. I didn't have to fight them at all to get into it. I had to trick the third villager to get into the minecart. Sneaky booger. And there we have it, a finished-ish carrot farm. Had to use my hoe and it worked wonderfully. Added carrots to both sides and then I worked on making the farm look pretty, which doesn't look bad so far. I went out and got more sand on day 347, smelted it, and then realized that glass doesn't look good. I replaced it with stone bricks. Personally, I think it looks better and it also fits my building theme more. While I was building, I think I witnessed a massive fight between these two villagers. Sure will be awkward for them since they're gonna be stuck here forever. Very happy I'm not them. But I finished the carrot farm and I don't think it looks too bad. Then I got organized and prepared for breaking some bedrock. I would have to for the gold farm. Next day I put up scaffolding and don't you dare shoot me, Ghast. That's right, I then got to the spot I believe I could teleport through. I looked at the corner of the bedrock and threw an ender pearl, which glitched me up above the bedrock. It worked perfectly. I put down the piston, obsidian, cobblestone, and lever. Then it was time for TNT and to force my guy to lay down. I had to change my placing button to B, and it was time to roll. I had to place the piston down right when the TNT exploded. And there we go. It worked perfectly. I got rid of a block of bedrock. I had to do this 5 more times to get enough room to break the bedrock right above my scaffolding. And it worked perfectly. And there we have it. I now have access above the bedrock in the nether. For those of you who will complain that I cheated, I didn't. I used a glitch. Completely different. Then I needed to go get more string for some of the items for the gold farm. But while farming, I found this random invisible spider. Never seen one before. I spent all of 350 getting prepared for the gold farm. One of the items I needed though was turtle eggs. So I flew around and found some turtles immediately. I turned one of the turtles into a tornado and she laid some eggs. It seemed like she didn't want me to take them for some reason. But I felt like this was too easy. So I looked it up and yep, I need a silk touch pickaxe to take them, which I don't have. So I flew home and did some capitalism for XP. I needed to get to level 30. I traded all day and ended up with 14 blocks of emeralds. I also figured out that the villagers will do their jobs. You'll know by hearing it, and that means that their trades reset. Kinda cool. Then I enchanted almost all of my levels and didn't get silk touch at all. Back to trading I go. I was trading all day, then these suspicious iron golems were talking to each other. Then walked away as I got near them. Kinda offended me, won't lie. I think they wanted my iron. While being a gremlin and trading all day, I noticed that I could make the iron farm a lot more efficient. So I stopped the iron farm and changed all walls and fences to cobblestone. It made it easier and less headaches to work with. I put glass on all of the top points, so golems don't spawn there. I began to make the chute longer, but ran out of cobblestone, so I made a cobblestone generator, but this thing was terrible and slow. Plus, last time I checked, this isn't Skyblock. So I looked on YouTube and I found this sick cobblestone generator, so I made it. It looked awesome, and it worked really well. This day just consisted of me getting the chute longer and mining cobblestone, nothing else. I finished the chute and it was looking all complete, so I woke up the villagers, since I thought they didn't want to sleep for the rest of their lives, and then removed the cobblestone bridge. Luckily, the iron farm was working perfectly, no problems at all. Then I just watched it with 2 other iron golems, quite moving, and then AFK'd at the mob farm. Next day, I did more trading and enchanting. Still didn't get silk touch. This is going way too slow for me. So I got prepared for an XP farm, an Enderman farm. I would need a lot of leaves for it, which I finished getting the next day, and flew over to the end. Then it was time to make the sketchy leaves bridge, which I had to go down to Y level 1 for it. Exciting stuff. Even more exciting, I did a sick land on the leaf bridge. Very proud of myself. Then I just began to build the Enderman farm. Nothing exciting. Except they were spawning on it while I was building. It was way too efficient. Then I had to fly back home. I forgot to name my name tag. I named it a very serious name, and then did a very sick landing. This next part took forever. I needed to get an endermite to spawn. I honestly thought the internet was trolling me. I used 27 ender pearls, and then finally it spawned in. So I tried to get it into a minecart, which didn't work somehow. It actually ran through it? What? Then, while making a bridge, the thing killed itself from my armor. I was super happy. I then lost my minecart, so I had to fly back home for more ender pearls and another minecart. Made it back to the end, and it was time to get this endermite again. And surprisingly, it legit only took 2 tries to get him. And he immediately went into the minecart. Then, he became a mouth breather and kept on hitting me every single time his cart got near me. Children, am I right? With the difficult part of the farm finally done, it was time to activate this farm. And my goodness, did it work fast. Instantly, 100 endermen spawned in. And then farmed and went from level 8 to level 52 in 10 minutes. I love enderman farms. I flew back home and enchanted my sword to the max enchantments. Honestly, not happy with it. Might have to make another sword. So back to farming I go. In case you were wondering what it looks like, here's a time-lapse of the farm being used. Absolutely love this farm. I gained XP so fast that it would just pool under me. And took about a minute or two to finally go away. I hit level 70 and decided to go home. I got the new sword made and ready with its enchantments. Then went through my chest and grinded the enchantment books that I would never use. I got some XP back from them. Very nice. The next day I finally got Silk Touch on my pick, and then I buffed it up a ton. Then, unluckily, I think the eggs hatched and the turtles left. I mean, it's not unlucky that the eggs hatched. Very happy for them. But unluckily they aren't there anymore. Oh, never mind, there they are. Except, I want more eggs so I can make a turtle farm at my base. Now, I need you two to stop struggling and give me some more eggs. Come on, just a few more. Thank you. It was good doing business with you. Next, I went to the Nether to find a basalt delta. Instead, I found this stronghold which had an ancient debris in it. Then I made a sick getaway. Quite proud of myself there. And shortly after, I found the basalt delta. Got organized the next day and flew to where the basalt delta is over the bedrock. Then I needed to prepare for the farm. I also made all of my shulkers white, was getting tired of purple. Then needed to mine more of that valuable gray rock that I love. Then this wise guy decided to get in front of me while I was mining, then told the cops it was my fault. But I didn't kill him. He fell down the stairs. I used his iron to heal his brother though, but then that guy tried to be a wise guy with me, but I didn't hit him. I farmed so much gray diamonds this day. Now I need some wither roses sadly, so back to the nether I go to get some wither skulls. I need to fight the wither again. Luckily, got 2 skulls this day. I'm getting really tired of spending days in the nether farming for wither skulls, so I just went back home and made the strong looting-ish sword. Hopefully this speeds it up. I then found this cool chicken thing, and then 10 wither skeletons spawn. There's no way none of them drop a skull, right? None did. Yay. I found that rare chicken thing again, and finally got the 3rd wither skull. Then I needed some nether warts for a poison potion, and this wither skeleton gave me my 4th skull. Very nice. I then made my first ever potion in Minecraft. Now, all I need is a lot of chicken eggs, and would you look at that? My chicken egg farm I built a while ago isn't useless after all. I was just preparing before I knew I needed them. Now it was time to make the wither rose farm. Nothing special here at all. Then it was time for my chicken army to spawn. With my rapid hands, it only took like a minute. Then I had to wait for them to grow up so they'd drop more eggs. I was bored, so I lost myself in this end portal thing. Looks really cool, just stared at it forever. I then went home to get some seeds and eggs. Apparently, seeds boost their growing up timer by 20%. Hopefully this helps. It was going okay, but then I noticed that I couldn't get them back in their 1-block prison. It became a problem. Like, a big problem. After killing almost all of them with my bare fist, I finally got them all back in it. I lost so many and was definitely not worth it, so I returned home. I was just gonna bring over a lot more eggs. And to do so, I farmed some seeds for it. And then I realized all of my work was for nothing because I have a lot of seeds. The rest of the day, I just farmed my future wither roses and traded. I'm now on my last level for the pyramid. Now, how come none of you, like literally no one, told me that these flags and orange nether light things around my mansion were ugly? I tore them all down this day and put up some redstone lamps. And wow, it looked so much better. I love this a lot more. Today is the day I finally moved these little boogers into their actual mansion. And the easiest way I could think of doing it was with a dirt tunnel. With it all set up, it was time to set them free. And wow, it worked perfectly for once. Almost all of them ran to their mansion, so I checked up on them and why are they fishermen? What? I don't need my villagers to turn into high school boys. What? Oh god, they're all fishermen. It's like I'm back in high school. All that was left was these 4 villagers and I couldn't get them out of their corners. So I had to do this weird dirt contraption for all 4 of them and then push them to the door so they'd go to the mansion. And then finally they're all in and no more dirt contraptions. Now my compound can look pretty. Now I just have this massive problem. This is literally the boys' locker room. On a higher note, I have 2 shulker boxes filled with eggs, so I think I'm all good now. I flew back to the end and let the M134 minigun go to town. I now have a ton of chickens, and time to spawn in the wither. I lowered the roof and gained almost 4 stacks of wither roses. I learned from last time though, and I didn't hit the wither at all. I seriously just watched it for 4 minutes suffocate in a wall. And to prove how powerful I am, I technically one-shotted the wither. I'm incredibly powerful, I know. And now I have my 4th beacon. I went back to the bedrock spot and went to the magma cube farm spot, and just spent the day building it. Made pretty good progress. I continued building on this day and oh no, this farm, it's too efficient as well. They won't stop coming. I finished the farm on the 3rd day and the next thing I did was insane. I stood there all day, just AFK'd it. I actually AFK'd so well that I did it on this day too. I need a lot, and I mean a lot, of magma cream. A couple tens of thousands. So I would have to AFK here for quite some time. Here's what the farm looks like though while being used. It's pretty fast. If you're curious, at the center there's wither roses, which kill the magma cubes. The iron golem at the center is just to aggro them so they go towards the center. To make this go faster, I AFK'd these days. I filled up half a shulker box with magma cubes, about 50% of what I needed for the gold farm. I don't want to end this video on boring AFKing, so I went home, got organized, and did some capitalism with sticks. I finished the beacon finally and made my first beacon. It almost reaches my entire compound, so I'm definitely going to make 6. I want to do more raids, so I left home and found the old pillager tower. I farmed all day and didn't get a captain. Luckily though, I never got shot once. I'm quite skilled. I found a captain and he didn't give me a curse for some reason. After that encounter I found not 1, but 2 captains, and got to a level 2 raid curse. I farmed up the other 3 captains that I needed the next day, and now I have Bad Omen level 5. It was time to get this difficult raid started. And we're off, folks. The first wave was already over before I even built the 4th iron golem. And honestly, the next few waves were insanely easy. I figured a level 5 raid would be harder, but this was really easy. But then I got chased by 2 kinda scary enemies, but luckily ran my way into an iron golem. He held them back while I used my Navy SEAL sniper training and took out 2 of the Ravagers. I was clearing out my inventory and this dude tried to sneak up on me. Big mistake. I was taking on a Ravager head on, but that wasn't going according to plan. The Iron Golem was busy with another one in the background, so I just ran with this guy chasing me. Then the Iron Golem came back and we took out this Ravager together. These are by far the most overpowered mobs in this game. They desperately need to be nerfed. I found the last guy taking a bath and won the level 5 raid. It was honestly incredibly easy. The villagers were, showering me in so many gifts. I couldn't even fit it all into my inventory. Sadly, shortly after, they all disappeared. Such a shame. This village turned into a ghost town. So sad. Afterwards, I went and immediately got a level 2 Bad Omen. I want to do another raid. The last one didn't feel good enough for me. And here we go with the second raid back to back. It was really easy in the beginning. I was just farming pillagers basically. And always sniped the Ravagers. Before any of you say anything, I did take on these raids head on. I actually rarely use the Iron Golems. Near the end of the day, this Ravager kept me around 2 hearts. Golden apples were my best friend at this moment. Wasn't even close. All of the Iron Golems were dead now, so it was just me doing this raid. There was so many close calls to me dying that I think I have the Grim Reaper on speed dial now. I feel like we're becoming great friends, but he's sad that I never go visit him. I'm just too good. Also, the fact that Vexus can have enchanted swords is so wrong to me. That's such overkill. After that, I kept on getting incredibly close calls. My health was normally around 1 heart or 2 hearts, but golden apples saved the day way too many times. At the end, I just rushed them and finished off the 3 remaining enemies. Quite dangerous, I know. I thought the raid was over, but then the flying rats made me use my Totem of Undying. I barely finished both raids together without using a Totem of Undying. Afterwards, I flew home and got organized. After all of that fighting, all of my equipment was very low, so I flew to the inn and went to my lovely Enderman farm. I quickly healed up all of my stuff and went back home to capitalism. I added a few more enchantments to my armor and tools, but I needed more XP, so I rushed to the inn and quickly farmed some XP from the Enderman farm. I then rushed home and quickly added the last enchantment to my boots. I wanted to finish all of this for the 500 days video, so I had a smooth start. I then rushed to my bedroom and watched the sunset. I can't end a tradition. On the first day, I flew down to the Majestic compound and wanted to tackle the Get Perfect Enchantment Everything challenge. So, I figured that my current armor set was already ruined, so I would have to re-enchant everything. I went and made a new diamond armor and tool set, then found out that I already had a diamond pick and shovel. Joy. Oh, my mother watches my videos and she agreed with the chicken that I'm a dummy doo-doo head. She told me that I need to expand my vocabulary, whatever that means. So, I went to Amazon and bought a dinosaur. I'm now the proud owner of a thesaurus. Now, instead of joy, I meant to say bliss. I flew to the Enderman farm to make a new enchanting station there, made a sick landing on the leaf bridge, and began building the magic station. I activated the Minecraft slideshow edition and got harassed by the experience orbs. I made my parents proud and became a chiropractor for the Endermen. I'm always looking out for others. Then had the luxury of finding out that my armor and most tools actually have the correct enchantments on them. I just needed to raise them higher. So, all of this was pointless. To improve my mood, I destroyed some books to anger the librarians. Day 404 not found, I had to restart on the boots. They were ruined. I finished my helmet and ran out of blue diamonds. Time to take on a challenge. I built another portal, put all the items, armor, and totem of undying into the shulker box. Lit up the portal and waited anxiously to go through, and somehow still linked to my other nether portal. I flew to the village next to my compound and went through the new portal. I teleported right in front of the other portal and went through. I successfully escaped the nether by making a portal and escaping through another portal. This challenge was too easy. I'm not done with challenges, so I went back to the lava lake and put all my items into the shulker box. It's time to die in lava. Won't lie, it's kinda warm in here, but not too bad. Since I have nothing on myself at all, I went to the shulker box and got my pickaxe. None of the blocks were breaking though, so I got my shovel, since I figured it was soul sand. I dug down and into the wall to escape the lava. I then dug up and out of the pit to retrieve my items, and there we have it. I went into lava and died. Dig into everything that will save me from lava. Another super easy challenge done. Landing majestically back in the nether, it was time to finish yet again another challenge. Lava boat hopping. I've never done this before, so it should be interesting, and I'm off to a great start. My first attempt ended with me phasing through the boat and straight into the lava, nearly killing me, but it wasn't even close. Second attempt went perfectly. Had a nice scare with the ending on number 3, and completed attempt 4 perfectly until the soul sand lit me on fire somehow. It was getting chilly in hell, so I went for a comfortable dip. Saw a piglin do the superhero landing. Very, audacious of him. I had one boat left, so I went for the cute finisher. To celebrate all these W's I just took, I went to the magma cube farm and AFK'd some more. I need to get this gold farm done so I can get my golden carrots. Day 408, I hung my head in shame. And on 409, I went to craft some of the magma blocks. I flew back to the top to AFK some more, then began to fall. I used a rocket, but apparently Jeb didn't want me to go up, so I landed with my kneecaps going through my forehead. I did something unexpected this day. Instead of hanging my head in shame to the right, I hung my head in pride to the left. I filled up the first shulker, but was running out of YouTube videos to watch. I decided to fly back home. Upon taking a healthy jump off of my mob grinder, I noticed I didn't make the bamboo farm pretty yet. I prepared and gathered wood. Continued gathering wood this day, then found this shy cutie eyeballing me across the field. Then she started chasing me.
Come here, cutie, please. I really like you. Please give me a chance. You're so cute. Oh my goodness, please. I like you so much. Please, guys, come back.
My iron golems were getting jealous of the love, so I let them go have some fun too. Afterwards, I collected some gray diamonds. The neurons in my brain began to fire more than usual, and I thought, instead of mining these gray diamonds, why not go into the mine shaft and mine those gray diamonds and see if I could find other minerals? So I did. Mine more, and then the invisible traveling trader came back without permission, but he gave me some free leads, so I forgave him. Now to tackle this, Leviathan. God, I'm so smart now. The replay mod didn't work for the entire episode, actually, so you guys are stuck with me watching me build in first person and not pretty camera stuff. I kept on building, but I really didn't like how it was looking, so I went back and took everything down. Going to restart it. Now to attempt to make the building as beautiful as me. Won't be easy, but I'll try. The building is looking pretty great so far, but I need more wood. So I went and removed Earth's lungs. I finished the building and left the top open, in case I ever want to make this taller. To, proclaim this moment, I went and did some capitalism. On day 420, I tried to go back to sleep, but it wouldn't let me. Had an existential crisis with a sheep and threw some eggs. Was a lazy day. After that, I flew back to the Enderman farm to finish enchanting my stuff. Then remembered that I didn't bring any more lapis with me. So, I teleported back home and got some more blue diamonds. I got back to enchanting and took over 9 minutes to get thorns. It wasn't 3, but I couldn't be bothered to get any higher tier of it. I added it to my pants and I finished enchanting all of my armor to perfection. Now, for my tools. I'm working on the sword now, man. I had to make a new one. The other 2 were ruined. But it was going very fast. I returned home for some more mending books. Saw some dudes over 6 feet tall and forgot how to breathe for about 13 seconds. After regaining the ability of breathing, I finished the sword and named it the most powerful thing in the universe. Also finished and named the pickaxe the second most powerful thing on my channel. The Endermen seemed sad, so I made sure to give them a... The building is looking pretty great so far, but I need more wood, so I went and removed Earth's lungs. I finished the building and left the top open, in case I ever want to make this taller. To, proclaim this moment, I went and did some capitalism. On day 420, I tried to go back to sleep, but it wouldn't let me. Had an existential crisis with a sheep and threw some eggs. Was a lazy day. After that, I flew back to the Enderman farm to finish enchanting my stuff. Then remembered that I didn't bring any more lapis with me. So, I teleported back home and got some more blue diamonds. I got back to enchanting and took over 9 minutes to get thorns. It wasn't 3, but I couldn't be bothered to get any higher tier of it. I added it to my pants and I finished enchanting all of my armor to perfection. Now, for my tools. I'm working on the sword now, man. I had to make a new one. The other 2 were ruined. But it was going very fast. I returned home for some more mending books. Saw some dudes over 6 feet tall and forgot how to breathe for about 13 seconds. After regaining the ability of breathing, I finished the sword and named it the most powerful thing in the universe. Also finished and named the pickaxe the second most powerful thing on my channel. The Endermen seemed sad, so I made sure to give them a lot of mother's love. The rest of the day, I was just role-playing Wizard 101 and enchanting stuff. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I finally perfectly enchanted all of my tools and armor. I need to keep on talking though so I can show off everything, so here's a fun fact. Did you know that under Penguin's flippers, or arms, whatever you want to call them, it's super warm? It's because the temperature there is higher than areas where it's cold. And finally, I returned home to do some fun stuff. I've always wanted to be a nurse, and in Minecraft, you can be almost anything. So, I acted like a nurse and went snippy on these babies. I prepared to get more netherite, and this time, I made beds. I don't know why I used TNT last time. Oh, man, I finished the last block of the pyramid for 2 beacons. Now I'm the Flash. Beds work incredibly well. I wish one of you told me that. Easily found a lot of cinnamon rolls this day. I was an even better baker this day and found 24 cinnamon rolls. Returned home after that because I used all my beds. I wanted to send Chick-fil-A a message and I threw away my extra chicken. I had way too much. I thought my knees were too good, so I went and crushed them. My tools were getting low, so I healed them up at the XP station. And I had to take on achievements. I wanted to go for the bullseye one, but no matter how far away I was, it wouldn't give it to me. I hit it in the center for each location, but it never worked. I continued going gratata this day, but it still wouldn't work. No matter the distance or location, the achievement wouldn't unlock for me. Also, this golem wanted to say hi to him, but back to the bullseye achievement. I don't know what I need to do to unlock it. I looked over the other achievements I need to do, and it doesn't look amusing. Like any typical 2000s small town movie, I want to get out and explore the world. Time to get the adventuring time achievement. So, I went to the nether to go to the faraway portal. I figured there were biomes over there that I didn't explore. After being a computer hacker man, I found out which biomes I needed. The Badlands, Badlands Plateau, Mushroom Fields Shore, Mushroom Fields, Warm Ocean, and Wooded Badlands Plateau. And in case you're wondering, I want some pet bees. They're too cute. And speaking of too cute, look at this baby sea turtle. I forced him into the water. I want him to be successful in life and not afraid of anything. Some more flying happened and I found some pretty beautiful places. Kind of wish I made this spot my home. Then I finally found it, my first ever guardian temple. I was very cautious as I had no idea what to expect from it. Definitely didn't get jump scared at all. I looked around a little bit but left. Oh, and found out that the temple gives me a mining boost that lets me mine so fast that I actually had to slow down time for all of you to witness it. I considered taking on the temple, but I knew I wasn't prepared for it. So, I left and went back to exploring. I left a tree exactly like how I found it, and got a bucket from my new friend. Boom! Another achievement unlocked. Pretty close to that spot, I finally found a Warm Ocean, and stole some of Nemo's house. This day I just found a lot of temples, said hi to an iron golem, and more temples. Sadly, my elytra was getting super low, so I spent the night hunting very dangerous enemies. Nothing happened, just a lot of flying. This day was pretty wait, there's a big boy word for this. Monotonous. I was flying home and along the way there, I found this really cool underwater destroyed nether portal. Thought it was pretty neat. Continued flying home after that and barely made it back with my elytra almost being destroyed. Afterwards, I got organized. I needed to heal my elytra, so I risked it and flew to my Enderman farm and healed everything up. Upon returning home, I found out I'm the proud father of a new bee. Poor Booger got lost in my mansion that I never use. Oh, and I went back to exploring for new biomes. Upon taking my emeralds from these villagers, I stole all of their valuables too. The lanterns. At the end, I found this villager, and I decided to be kind and steal all of his stuff and tear up his carpet floor. I can't find the footage, but I collected a beehive with 3 bees in it, unlocking the achievement. Next day, I found all the mushroom biomes that I needed, and a few hundred blocks away from it, I found all the badlands that I needed, unlocking the adventuring time achievement. I was looting in the abandoned mineshaft, then the zombie wanted to test my lightning fast reaction time. I left the exploring behind and made it back home. And you'll never guess my next words. I got formulated. And the rest of the achievements I need to unlock looked so fun that I don't want to do them. I went to some Romeo and Juliet scenes the next morning. Please make some fan art of me with some cute bees. You can post it in my Discord. I need to make that gold farm, so I flew back to the magma cube farm and began AFKing again. To your surprise, I also AFK'd this day. Now, I want to make these AFK days educational, so here's some fun facts. Did you know a group of penguins on the water is called a raft, but on land they're called a waddle? Also, the black and white tuxedo look donned by most penguin species is a clever camouflage called counter shading. Oh, and many male penguins gift female penguins with rocks in order to woohoo them. And get this, penguins are flightless birds. I know, surprised me too. Sadly, that's all the facts you guys get for now. I finally have all the magma cube blocks that I need. There's a lack of capitalism in this video, so I traded and saw this bee checking out my shack, as if it's for sale, and added more emerald blocks to the pyramid. I got everything ready and let the M132 minigun go to town and creating the tower. I began building the chute for the zombie pigmen and did some sick landings that could have ended badly, and began the platform. The farm was working too efficiently. While building it, the zombie pigmen kept on spawning in, and I spent the rest of the day adding to the platform. Watched a pigman jump off the edge without me touching him, added to the platform, and kept on getting surprises from these lovely ghasts. I sure hope they never leave. I need to add a roof soon, because now I'm spawning in things that I really don't want. They even tried to kiss me. Was weird, like we just met. I pushed one of the zombie pigmen down, then this exotic dancer came by and showed me her work. This is a very strange place. Next, I broke the glass block and the zombie pigman ended it all. And I witnessed this iron golem really wanting to do some damage. Was very intense. Then, he finally got his chance. One of the pigmen got too close, and then they all rushed him, leaving him very low. Next was so many events that I won't include them all, but wow, I strongly don't like gas anymore. Throughout the remaining time of me building this farm, I kept on getting surprised by gas. Luckily, I have a quick reaction time, but they just wouldn't leave me alone. Next day, I was getting swarmed by my nether fans and a ghast blew me a kiss. I then decided to act like a jet from Battlefield 3 and take him out. Amazing shots if I do say so myself. The remainder of the day was spent building the anti-gas shelving unit, and having zombie pigmen being very, very Daredevil-ish, and TZ Iron Golem. The entire day, it felt like I was with us K-pop stans screaming when RM releases a selfie. It was like I was listening to screamo music while building. I finally figured out why my computer was lagging so hard. I forgot about the XP orbs that the zombie pigmen dropped. I went and collected them and went from level 46 to level 60. Nice! I returned home and got more wooden slabs. Tried to finish repairing the platform, but I had to go and collect more magma blocks. I finally completed the gold farm, got to level 90 and face checked the floor. Upon returning home, I found out the easy way that bees really don't like you taking their honey for some odd reason. And I finally made the legendary carrots. Another challenge done. To celebrate, I did some capitalism. Afterwards, I saw this cute bee enter my house and then head over to my enchanting book's chest. Maybe he wanted to enchant his elytra? I don't know. I want to begin my mega base. I went out and collected a lot of sand and gravel and made the dies. I got a nice idea with concrete in mind. I spent this day preparing for the mega base and hunting down more bees for my compound. After finding a spot for the mega base, I began to clear out the forest. I was thinking of building it far away, but decided against it. I finished clearing out the land so it's nice and smooth. Then went and collected more dies. The base is going to be absolutely, gargantuan. The next day, you guessed it, terraforming. I need this land to look like a mirror and be beautiful. I spend a lot of days terraforming, so I thought I'd make you all happy, and time for some more penguin facts. Did you know most penguins live in the southern hemisphere? Pretty sick. No penguins live at the North Pole. Fascinating. Penguins can drink seawater. Wait, what? I actually didn't know that we could do that. We also spend around half of our time in the water and other half on land. I do like me swimming time. Oh, and the emperor penguin is the tallest of all penguin species, reaching 4 feet in height. I know, I'm tall. That's all for now. It's time to get to building. I'm thinking of doing a futuristic pillar tower base fortress thing. I know, makes sense. But don't worry, just sit back and watch me work my skills of guest building. At night, I went and collected some honey, and my favorite bee, Junebug, didn't like that. The poor thing stung me, and then I tried to heal it up since my armor has thorns on it. She was being extra cute and gave me a kiss. I went to put the flower back, but heard her die. Absolutely crushed my soul. I'll never forget her. Day 469, stop laughing. I need more resources for my big boy building, which continued on to this day. I'm gonna need a substantial amount. I began to build this pillar up more. I'm thinking of making 2 or 4 pillars that hold the main building in the sky. Not entirely too sure with what I'm going for yet. If you guessed that I went for more resources today, how did you know? Stop stalking me. Next day, I wanted to make you all proud. I did a lot of capitalism and got my 3rd beacon up. We don't need that many more emerald blocks for the remaining 3 beacons. I was going to go finish my wither farm this day, but then I found this overly dramatic bee that wanted to stay in this depressing place and be emotional. So I forced him to come back to the overworld against his will. Upon returning, I couldn't find him. He went Houdini on me. I found another bee though, and did some capitalism so I can get a name tag for it. Then, like all the girls in my life, disappeared on me too. And then, like all the girls in my life, the bee came back and I named her Bumble. She loved the name so much, she gave me a kiss of appreciation. I wanted to do another achievement, so I jumped off the mob grinder onto a honey block to save my fall. I looked at the achievement and, of course, this one didn't unlock for me as well. So I did it again to see if I messed up somehow, but that one didn't work. So I did it a 3rd time, but there was no, charm. To punish the bees for giving me a bad honey block, I went out and kidnapped a random bee, then slingshotted him into my compound. As punishment, I forced him to marry Bumble and have a baby. That is the cutest thing I've seen in Minecraft. Can you guys draw me some fan art of the 3 bees in me? I didn't forget about the Guardian Temple. I got prepared to take it on, and traveled into the Nether to make a portal so I can reach the area faster, since it's over 10,000 blocks away. Oh, and I found a destroyed portal there. First time I ever found one. I got to the spot and made the portal and boom! It worked. I now have a fast travel way to the temple. I looked over my future farm and came up with a plan to beat it. I need to make all of their health bars reach 0. Easy enough. Also, with mining fatigue on, it took me 1 minute to break this door. I found the first guardian and was surprised to find out that their eyeballs move. Easily killed this one. That's my air pocket, thank you very much. I found the second guardian after searching for half a day and beat that one too. All that was left was a 3rd one that I couldn't find for the life of me. With a fancy swan dive like you've never seen before, I went back into the danger zone. Just like my mother's love, I couldn't find this last guardian for the life of me. After 10 minutes of searching, I found him. We were bros, so we kept on greeting each other with some chest bumps. And finally, the temple is cleared. Now to collect the sponges. I tried all of my sponges, then decided to be smart and take the safe way home. Upon arriving, I got, standardized. Everything was low, so I did a sick 360 and healed everything with my Enderman buddies. I said hi to my last chicken buddy and did another sick 360 and teleported to the Guardian farm. Why am I here? Once again, I burnt my water hose while returning home, then got prepared to make the Guardian farm. Twice wasn't enough, so I burnt the human snake again and made it back to the Guardian farm to die. So this is what I'm dealing with. Not really liking this mob either. They're quite strong. So I returned home and got even more prepared for this place. I cooked my hot dog again and made it back to my least favorite place. With a lot of damage being taken, I began building the farm. This would be a slow process. This entire day, I was just getting bullied by them. Apparently, they didn't want me to make a legendary portal to hell that would engulf them or something. I don't really know. Wasn't paying attention. I thought I was making great progress this day. Then I found out that I made 2 sides of the platform 1 block too short. So I spent the rest of the day fixing the platform and redoing those 2 sides. I got the portals up and running and found out that I'll have an issue with my 4 portals not linking up to each other. But I decided to leave it to future me to fix it, since I'll be older then and therefore wiser. Remainder of the day was spent creating the collection room of the farm. I was finally done with the platform, so I began to remove it all and was continuously bullied by the stupid fish. I still really don't like them. I was swimming around like Michael Phelps and then I noticed this weird water block glitch, and I thought it would cause a problem. So I spent the entire day trying to fix it, except the water was glitching too, and it would never actually fill up the spot. Upon fixing that spot, another one somehow appeared. So I tried to fix that one too, but Poseidon wouldn't have any of that. The entire day, the water blocks were acting incredibly weird. Never encountered an enemy like this before. So I spent the entire day fighting Poseidon to fix this one annoying spot, and I'm just trying to fit enough words into this so I can showcase everything that happened. I finally decided to sacrifice my firstborn child that I don't have yet, and the spots finally got fixed. The farm is finally almost done. I just need to make the bubble elevator to their future home. I ran out of golden carrots though, so I went hunting for some fish. The remainder of the day was just spent trying to finish the floor and constantly getting low from the mouth breathers. I got lost in the Nether, made it home, and went to my Ender Pal's farm to heal everything. I needed some potions of regeneration, so I spent the night doing that. I woke up sad because I think I lost my other favorite bee, Tweety. I made another baby bee, and his parents immediately left him. Felt way too close to home for me. I heated up my family jewels again for the 19th time and went and finished making the Guardian farm. The mouth breathers were still going through the wrong portal, so I had to break it. After watching the farm work and then seeing that they went to the correct portal, I removed both portals and moved them a little bit away from each other so that they wouldn't link up again. Also, made a sick obsidian arrow. You already know what's up. I'm AFKing some more penguin facts. Did you know we emperor penguins can stay underwater for around 20 minutes at a time? And little blue penguins are the smallest type of penguins, averaging around 13 inches tall. Sadly, that's all the penguin facts for this video. I'm done AFKing and my storage is so backed up that it's resting on top of the campfires. I spent the entire day crafting all of these items into blocks and filling up all 4 of my shulker boxes and inventory. I did one last log burning session and returned home to breed more of my bees. I'm still sad about losing Junebug and Tweety though. I got organized and found out that my fishermen can trade the raw fish for emeralds. So to all 3,000 comments telling me to remove the barrel floor and that I'm stupid, I win. I most definitely knew I was going to make a guardian farm this episode and get raw fish from it to trade with them. My IQ is too high. From trading a godly amount of fish, I got the exact amount of emerald blocks I needed to finish off my sextuple emerald pyramid. But I only have 4 beacons, which still give me a very nice amount of buffs. Did some more trading with my favorite bankrolls this day, then went back to my wither farm and added the wither roses. I need a lot more still, so I went and farmed some wither skeletons. I got all 3 skulls this day, and since it barely took me any time, I want to fight 2 withers at once. More farming in, I only got 1 skull this day. I got the last skull that I needed, returned home, and made another baby bee. And then began to prepare for the wither fight. Got prepared this day for the fight. I mainly spent the time gathering up eggs for my future wither roses and preparing the iron golems for the fight. I dug out a new room for this fight and got my iron golems ready for the fight. I messed up and completely forgot to put my chickens down and began the battle. The iron golems finished the first one and only 2 survived. I began to rush some eggs out, but I only had enough time for 1 shulker box. I couldn't do the second. I was running out of time to see the sunset and not to ruin the tradition. I began the second wither, even though I wanted to fight both of them at the same time, and collected my lovely wither chicken roses. All of my iron golems died, so I had to finish the wither myself. I collected the loot and hauled it back to my mansion, just barely making it in time to see the sunset and continue the tradition for the series. Now, as one would do when they're done sleeping, I woke up and crafted the last remaining beacons. Now I have a sextuple beacon. I'm definitely going to need to make more. Next, for the lovely cute little bees, I'm going to be a true American and remove some of Mother Nature. I would need just a tiny little space for the beehive since they became so widely loved. I listened to all 3,000 of your comments and got the sticky situation achievement, and put my lovely dirt away. I was spying creepily on my land to see where to put the beehive, found a spot I liked, and began to build the outline. But then like any 9-to-5 job, I hated my work and destroyed it all. I'm going to promote this mountain to air. I need a lot more space. This build is supposed to be a hermitcraft sized base after all. After promoting the mountain to space, my poor whittle shovel was nearly destroyed. So I flew like all penguins do and went back to my homies to heal up everything. Just like my haters' brains, I needed to make my land smooth. I used a stone coater for the first time ever, amazing device, and began the design of the beehive again. I like using scaffolding since it's easy to remove and got the stonework started. I began the front entrance and I'm using sea lanterns for this upper area. I'm going to call this a sea lantern district. I flew around to look for some orange flowers. I need it for the orange glass on the beehive. Luckily, there's a small area in the village next to my compound that has a tulip chunk, so I farmed for some orange tulips. Felt insanely pretty this day and kept on collecting flowers. Enough feeling like Madison Beer though, it's time to begin this mega mansion for Bumble. I'm thinking of making some giant honeycombs with a biome inside for the bees to live in, so they can't wander around and get hurt. Of course, with my luck, I didn't build it in the center, so I had to move it 3 blocks to the right. After finishing the move, I began the second honeycomb outline, which didn't take me long at all. With this design, the honeycomb mansion can forever be built upon luckily. With those done, it's time for the entrance. The Sea Lantern District is mainly blue and the buildings will be out of stone and white concrete. So, to make it mix well with the orange and yellow of the bees, I started to work on the transitional colors between them. With those coming along nicely, it was time to add depth to the building. Whenever you're in doubt of your build, usually adding depth to it can make it look a lot nicer. Also, switch up on blocks so they're not all the same. I like to work with stairs and waterlogging, so I made a nice little border around the entrance. After that, I extended the sea lantern walkway, and I'm loving how the building is coming along. Next was some more depth. The more I added, the more I loved it. I made a nice little orange glass centerpiece and raised up the walls on this some more. I'm liking the general shape of this beast, but it's looking like a prison and too evil of a build. A traveling trader came by and gave me some leads, which was amazing. I'll have to keep replacing the blocks with some honey blocks and other colorful items as time goes on. Upon bringing colors into the prison entrance, I noticed how the honeycomb wall still wasn't centered for a center honeycomb. So, once again, I had to rebuild it. I centered out the center honeycomb, then I began to rebuild the side honeycomb. At this point, I have this entire build down by memory. And would you just look at that? My word, it's So beautiful. So I finished the second honeycomb outline and finished the third. And this mega beehive base is looking pretty okay so far. I forgot to record this day, but I lost Bumble, so I collected all the beehives. Made a hole in the ground to collect some cobblestone, and now I'm cooking it all. Now that I have more time to talk on this day, yeah, I lost Bumble. I checked the last beehive with bees in it, and neither of them were Bumble. I went to the Nether since I've seen them fly in there before. I found one bee, but wasn't Bumble, and another who tried to fly into lava. Also wasn't Bumble. I searched around the Nether some more and didn't see any other bees in there. I saw that all my bees were flying around randomly now and trying to escape, so this is fun. I've never taken an L before, and I'm not going to start now. I set out to hunt down all of my bees. I know that these wild bees are mine because I took them. I flew around and kept finding them. Then I found this weird bee that wouldn't go into the hive, and she kissed me. Then the name popped up. My amazing penguin tracking skills led me to Bumble. I somehow found her. I kept trying to get her to enter the beehive though, and of course, the little princess wouldn't go in unless she had a beehive all to herself. I'm not surprised, honestly. After her, I found another bee, and then I found a tricky little booger. I chased him around the tree, then he juked me, and entered the beehive without me seeing him. No wonder he escaped. I put them in the chest next to their mega mansion so they wouldn't run away again. With that massive W out of the way, it's time to make this building more bee-like. Because how can you tell it's for bees? Besides the massive honeycomb wall, honey blocks in the building, and bees living in it. It's time for a bee face on the front. I still need to add more colors to the building. I don't want Bumble to be thinking that she lives in a prison that she can never escape and has to live the rest of eternity in here with no chance of escaping. That would be rude. I'm happy with the honeycomb wall placement, so it's time to add their official blocks. Glowstone. I nearly finished one of them, but I need one more glowstone. I'm going to use black concrete to connect the honeycomb walls where they touch. I got prepared to go to the Nether and went to do my most favorite activity ever, collecting some more glowstone. That was all sarcasm. After getting organized from the Nether, I went out exploring again. I want to have some more fun with bees. Everything was normal and I was gathering some nice bees. But then I found a bee and 2 bees left my beehive. So now I had to juggle 3 bees to get back into the beehive. Then I was surprised and a 4th popped out. I found the other beehive and was told I'm now the parent of 5 bees. After getting 2 of them to return to the prison, a 6th popped out. I feel like I'm in a 1940s comedy movie. They kept on trying to escape me for some reason. Please send help. Once night arrived, I finally got all 6 bees in their prisons. To none of your surprise, I imprisoned more bees the next day, made some sand fall pleasantly, stole some barrels from innocent villagers, and flew back home on my bed. After being kind and imprisoning bees forever, I finished up the honeycomb walls with glowstone and began to remove the dirt outlines. I finished removing the dirt outline and the honeycomb walls are looking nice. I put on some granite and wood to figure out which ones I like more for the outlines of the beehive, and took out some of the excess black concrete. I got rid of the granite and chose wood since granite looks better as a walkway, and began the mega beehive holding chambers. I didn't want to make the honeycomb chambers just yet, since I haven't started the interior, which of course I made out of dirt, for now, and I'm liking how it's coming along. But when I was going to go fall asleep, some fans dropped by, then mysteriously disappeared. Very spooky. I was feeling spicy today, and continued working on the interior. It isn't going to be too amazing or massive since the main part of this entire structure is the beehive chambers. But I'm pretty happy with how this is turning out. I know all of you are growing attached to my compound, but it's time to make some massive changes and remove my little farm sections. I don't ever tend to them, so I'll just rebuild them later and make them automatic. This section looks super open now. I'm kind of liking it. But I'm not liking this iron golem tube shoot anymore. It's too intrusive, but I'm way too lazy to relocate it. So I'll just relocate where they fall from. I spent this entire day removing the iron golem glizzy chute. Upon looking up at it, it's looking better already, and I found the next spot to make them drop. If you thought I was going to move this to a different spot like a logical person, clearly you don't know me. I'm going to make a fun water slide to push the iron golems along to their inevitable doom. I didn't want to be rude, and I remembered how villagers hate sleep. So I went by like a sane person and removed their dirt blocks and said hi to OMG please subscribe. After that, I reactivated the machine so iron golems could flood my compound again for some more protection. And my goodness, I'll never get tired of seeing them fall from the sky. I finished up the super happy-go-lucky swim water slide of doom and began to calculate the drop chute like a genius. After calculating the landing zone like a head NASA scientist, I began to construct it and said hi to my iron golems, and there we have it, the basic landing zone. Of course though, I wasn't done. I had to overly decorate the entire thing, and after spending a day on it, I'm pretty happy with how it looks. Not too shabby. But now my heart is broken. For some reason, no iron golems want to go down the super happy-go-lucky swim water slide of doom. I don't know why. Maybe the villagers are mad that I let them sleep. I went around and said hello to my new citizens of my land, then remembered that I didn't touch this machine for around 80 days. And to your surprise, It's overflowing. So I finally did some capitalism. I woke up the next day nice and healthy with trying to do capitalism. I figured that there were way too many iron golems below the farm, so that's why they weren't spawning. So I used all 17 of my leashes, which I definitely made and didn't steal, and dragged some of my iron golems through a tour of my base. Showed them the farm and trading district, and left them at the high school boys' locker room. Hopefully that fixed the farm. So, I reloaded into the world, and it still didn't make them spawn in. And now to secure my land even more. I know I said I'll make a Japanese theme wall around my place, but I keep on expanding it, so I think the wall will be my last build. I had to leave the beehive wall open since the building will go back into it. Made this poor soldier's teammates say hi to him, so I didn't get the debuff. Then said hi to them for being so rude. Had to mow the lawn right after that, as one does after a fight, threw away that extra Chick-fil-A meals, and ended the day off with capitalism. It's time to tackle the animals. With love, don't worry. And I decided to keep 4 of all animals to restart the farm faster. And wow, you can put a lot of animals on one fence. Definitely no issues there. Now to terraform the land to fit the future big boy barn. And don't worry, I'll make it all pretty and nice for you. It's time to bring the time lapses back. I'm extending this part of my compound for the barn, but also for the villager trading stands. I do need to work on those and expand them as well soon. Also, with the Sea Lantern district taking up the other half of my base, I'm going to have to keep on extending my compound this way to fit future farms and other buildings that I don't want in the Sea Lantern district. And finally, the land is completed. For now. Rest of the day, I got rid of the old wall and finished terraforming a small corner of the land. Had a little booger over here set off a creeper, and I finally noticed how bad it is under the land. I was there for my iron golem's last moments. Very sad. And I know I needed to lay down more glowstone fast. I watched Iron Man fall from the sky, and it was time to go farm some more glowstone, which I collected around 3 stacks worth. And continuing on with my little polka dot ground, the glowstone district is somewhat done. And with glowstone in the ground, it lights up the pockets below, so no more mouth breathers. I said hi to a creeper and did some final touches around the base, just finding the little spots without glowstone. Then had my bodyguard help me with finding the spider's family. So kind. And began the Sea Lantern District's lights. I bet you thought I forgot about penguin facts. Did you know that in 1874 over in Egypt, 3.5 penguins managed to rob 17 banks in one day, making it away in 3 hours flat? Never to be seen again. We're amazing. Also, penguins invented gravity back in 2004. Humans before then could fly around and cars weren't a thing. That was the greatest crime against humanity penguins ever pulled off. Now you guys just have to walk around like boring living things. And back in 1304, the emperor penguin species actually found Atlantis. It was located in the eye of the Sahara, and the penguins dragged the city back to the Arctic over the course of 4 weeks. Now, I know you guys won't believe this one. You'll probably think that I'm lying, but did you know that penguins have black and white feathers? Another amazing fact, there are no species of penguin that can survive in outer space. Except for me, I'm built different. I don't mean to expand your brains, but there's still more penguin facts coming. Penguins are so unique that they evolved to fly underwater. And we're so hardened and tough that penguins don't cry. We don't know how to. And the rarest type of penguin is the Galapagos penguin. With an estimated population of 1,800 to 4,700 left, sadly, they're nearly all extinct. Sadly now, I used up all of my sea lanterns. My land is that massive. So that's all the penguin facts for this video. I made 5 more shulker boxes since I'm using them all in different places, and got prepared for the Guardian farm. I burned my snake while flying there, and got to AFKing. Okay, I bent the truth. Here's some more penguin facts. Penguins will bang their heads together while kissing. Now dubbed as the headbanging kiss. Very metal of them. The oldest penguin in the world, Oldie, is 41 years old as of right now. She lives in a Danish zoo called Odin's Zoo. I know, I butchered all of that. Sadly now, penguins aren't social creatures. You can't hug or really touch them. They'll just peck you. Of course, I wouldn't personally know this. Some friends told me this. I finished AFKing and followed this polite tour guide to the chest spot. Everything was overflowing, like normal, so I had to clean it all up. I nearly died by an ankle biter, but to all of your surprise, I didn't die. I finished organizing everything, but I wanted more. I'm planning on using a lot of sea lanterns on my mega base. On day 560, don't even laugh, just stop smiling. Another penguin fact for everyone. The average penguin IQ is apparently around 135 to 145. My goodness, we're incredibly smart. And with that, I gathered the rest of the items and said hi to a box. I returned home, and now for some horror. Viewer discretion is advised. I had to go back to the boys' locker room. I have 4 shulker boxes filled with fish. I traded with them for the rest of the day. This iron golem wouldn't save me from this nightmare, but I luckily finished selling everything. I got organized afterwards and finished the sea lantern floor. Oh man, I hit level 100 at some point, but I don't remember when. And finally, to start another building project while working on a lot of others because why not? Man, I hate this guy, Heavy breathing. I figured after imprisoning their family for generations, they deserve a larger area to live in, so each animal, except for the chicken, will have their own barn. With my stone hedges looking beautiful, the outline to the barns are coming along nicely. These animals that I'll probably neglect and never see again will be living nicely, at least in here. I'm going to use bricks on the barn, and since I'm going out to collect some clay, I want to collect gravel and sand too for concrete for the mega base. My shovel has Fortune 3 though, so I wouldn't be able to get any gravel. I spent a majority of the day enchanting this diamond shovel so I can collect gravel. Then I went out and collected some gravel, sand, and clay. And to all of your surprise, yet again, I collected clay, sand, and gravel today. I was getting tired of collecting gravel from swamps, so I flew around like penguins do to find a gravel mountain, and collected some ice for the future auto sorting system. Breaking ice is also insanely satisfying. I said hi to a village and borrowed their lanterns, and you guessed it, I flew home and got organized. I still need to find a gravel mountain and desert, so I went back out, and what? I found my panda that's been locked away for about 300 days now. Oh man, found a desert. I leveled off the desert hill and finally got myself a nice gravel mountain. Almost done collecting all the resources for concrete. I quickly finished gathering up a shulker box worth of gravel and found a witch hut really close to my base for a future witch farm. Then I added some bricks to the barn, beginning the build. I forgot to check on my bamboo farm again, and it's overflowing. So I did some quick capitalism. And now, to start, yet again, another huge build. My auto smelter and cooker. Luckily, I came up with this design on an SMP, so it won't be too difficult to build. But I need gold for some powered rails, so I went to the farm, killed my iron golem that was almost dead, and began the lovely AFKing process. But for some reason, this farm seems a lot slower than usual. Not sure why. My iron golem buddy was crying about how he missed me, so I spent this day spending quality time with him as well. Poor fella. I spent a little bit more time with him, and did the world's greatest landing. I collected the rest of the items, then returned home to organize everything. Now to begin the auto smelter and cooker. I'm making it so I never have to put fuel into it. It'll just use the bamboo farm to fuel itself. And since I already have one that always overflows, I don't need to make another one luckily. And I'm redesigning the mega base to have the auto smelter and cooker in one of its legs. I made this redstone machine that would make a minecart pause under a hopper if it had items on the hopper, then realized that if I do this, it'll prevent the minecart from ever moving, making it pointless. So that was some nice wasted time. I'm also putting the machine in here because I'm going to have my auto sorting system in the base. So when items are done cooking in here, they can automatically go into sorting for me. Before any of you ask for a tutorial on how to make this machine, I don't know how to make one because the design changes whenever I build it, since the fuel, loading, and offloading areas are always in different spots. So it wouldn't make too much sense to show how I build it in the first place. But for the general idea of the machine, you need to have a minecart bring bamboo to the furnaces to fuel them. Then a chest you put the items you want to cook in, and a hopper minecart to pick those up. Then a minecart inside of the machine that will pick up the items from the other hopper minecart. So the hopper minecart that picks up the items you put into it doesn't overfill and freeze the system. And don't worry, I know none of that made sense at all. I'm a terrific explainer, but hopefully the clips that I show you helps it make sense. And for those of you that hate this nerdy stuff, don't worry, the machine is almost done being made. I forgot to mention, you'll need a fourth minecart, depending on how you want the collection area to be. But since it's temporary for me, I'll need the fourth minecart to collect my items. Once my mega base is done, I'll remove this and change it out for a water system. And there we have it! The nerdy section that I hope you didn't dislike too much is over. Afterwards, I went mining to get some stuff to smelt to test out the entire system. I finished gathering up some stuff this day, and time to test out the entire machine. I put the blocks in and the minecart came by, luckily stopping to pick up the blocks in the hopper. Then it went to the machine and loaded it in. Everything is working perfectly, except I forgot the fourth hopper minecart. But the items did end up where they were supposed to. A nice success. The collection cart wasn't stopping, but with a little bit of rewiring, the machine works perfectly now. Of course, I could have made this entire thing with water instead of carts, but where's the fun and appeal of that? Once I was happy with the results, I began to Enderman-proof the machine. And today, I finished baby-proofing my machine from the Slenderman, so they hopefully don't teleport onto my rails and stop the carts. And to absolutely none of your surprises, I went over to the input chest to make a nice hut around it. I try to follow a theme for it to blend in fairly well with the mansion, but also blend in with the machines next to the mansion. And here we are with another overly decorated building for a double chest. I love it though. And here we go. To make Bumble proud, I'm adding the planks to the honeycomb section that'll be holding up her personal honeycomb section. But for her mega mansion, the building takes up an incredible amount of wood. So I had to go and be a little quirky and chop down even more of Earth's lungs. I wasn't done yet. I wanted to make some beavers proud of me, and I tore down even more of the forest. forest. I want to drive fear into the squirrels around my compound. And this day, I luckily chopped enough wood to finish this entire honeycomb section, which I plan to add a lot more sections to as time goes on. I did as much as I could to Bumble's section, but I ran out of wood. I went to the mob grinder to look over to the compound and wow, so much work has been done to this place, which I believe was heavily needed. I know this episode wasn't as thrilling and action-packed as the previous ones, but I haven't done any building or base keeping yet, and it was all getting pretty bad. Plus, it's been a while since I've gotten the chance to build and do some redstone, so this was a ton of fun. Quite a while since I played in this world, and I somewhat forgot what I was doing. I spent this time looking over my unfinished builds and thinking of what I want to do first. I chose the barn since it would be the quickest and I need to get these animals situated. But of course, I had to start the day off with some capitalism. I couldn't help myself. I enchanted some books until I finally got silk touch for my second shovel. I'll be needing gravel for the mega building. After getting that all situated, I flew to Shrek's house and stole clay from him. As any math teacher would, I put clay in my auto cooker, but I had a bad feeling about the machine. Like a mother, I could just tell something was wrong. I gave up looking for the issue like a normal human, and I never showed you all this. I named my first horse about 400 days ago. I named it Sleep, something I never get. I wasn't done robbing Shrek. I knew I would need a lot of material for the barn, so I went and collected about 30. I put those into the auto cooker, but like a theater class, I couldn't ignore the issues anymore. I had to go and figure out what was wrong with my machine. Something was off. First, the minecart that brings items to the machine constantly stops if I put more than 5 stacks into the chest. I hoped it offload, but I know there's something else wrong. I realized I put the tracks too close together, and if minecarts touch each other, they'll stop. So I had to expand the railroad out, and it was all easy peasy, let me squeeze thee. Next, I added a chest on top of the other chest, since a chest will transfer to another chest very slowly, which I need for this minecart so it doesn't get stopped. Beautiful. After using a 2x2 and a crafting table, it was finally time to begin building the farm. I tore down the old wall, and I'm adding depth and some texturing now. My building skills are improving, and I have to make this look amazing. Don't want to disappoint the animals. So far, it's looking great. And now what you've all been waiting for, more building. I got to work immediately, and I'm very happy that I decided to add texture and depth. Also, makes a building look great. Now, did you know, contrary to popular belief, penguins do in fact have 2 eyes? It was discovered that they did back in 1302 by George Washington. Also, before the ocean was invented in 834 AD, penguins could actually fly. Penguins were so fascinated by the water that they forgot how to fly and chose to swim instead. I still think it was a mistake. And more important news, I wasn't sure how I wanted to do the interior. I never actually think these builds through. But I think adding more layers inside with some bricks so it's different from the outside was a good choice. Now I'm adding some blocks in here that resemble wood and kind of have the same texture as it. That's because they're wooden logs and planks. Easy to confuse them with blocks that aren't wooden logs or planks. And I almost finished the interior. I'm adding wooden logs to the ceiling because I'm super wealthy and rich. But now I'm noticing that these animals are starting to have a nicer home than me. I'm starting to get jealous of my own creation. But just like Jeff Bezos, I ran out of wood wealth and finished off the ceiling parts with some stone block thingies. And added a fancy fence inside. Now to make the forest magically disappear. Did you know that a penguin must actually eat 5 dark oak trees a day to maintain their massive muscles and looks? It's why I eat 6 a day, just so I could stay above the competition and not give any of them a chance. I stockpiled a lot of trees and leaves so I wouldn't get hungry later on. My hunger feast continued this day as well. I really wanted to make Mr. Beast proud of me and I removed more of the forest. While doing this though, the free lead traveling merchant came by and something happened to him. I'm not sure what though, but something definitely did happen. I finished collecting more of the forest and you guessed it, I went and got organized. And to your surprise, I was still getting organized today. Afterwards, I went back to finish the interior, but I ran out of stone bricks for it. I began to cook more, but my mother tuition came back and I knew something was wrong with the machine. I was correct. The loading minecart, once again, was stuck. My double chest plan didn't work. On top of that, the furnace loading minecart is too slow, but I have no idea how to fix that. And on top of that, some random items were in the fuel loading hoppers and they're all out of fuel too. Yay! So I went back to my bamboo farm and I took all of the bamboo that was left in it. I don't think I should use this machine for capitalism anymore. I fed the furnaces the bamboo, but they were still hungry like some hippos. So I went and got all my coal blocks and put those into the machine. I need to stop using it so much so it can fully load up on bamboo. To make myself feel better from all of this, I went and did a lot of capitalism and wow, I have a lot to do. Now, come on buddy, my good old pal, come on. You know you want to buy all my iron. This is going to take me forever to sell. Also, I might need a chest solely for emeralds soon. It's getting kind of packed in here. I removed the glass blocks from my beacons and put panes there. It's so much better. Can't even notice them. Also, the minecart that moves the finished goods to the chest is completely normal. Thought you would like that update. I gathered a ton of blocks for the barn and played around a little with how I want the outside to look. Didn't know what I was going for. I continued adding onto the exterior of the barn, but I don't know where the cinematic file went. I did record a time lapse for this day so you could all have a pretty view, but I think a cow or something ate the file, so you're stuck with me in first person. I added some fences around the barn for more color and depth. Loving it so far. While building, I was on the phone with Rihanna and she told me to shine bright like a diamond on top of the barn so mobs wouldn't spawn. So I added some torches since they're practically the same thing. And here's what the barn looks like. I added leaves around for even more color, and I personally feel that leaves add a perfect final touch to buildings. Also added some leaves on the inside for more color and to make it look and feel more homey for the animals. I spoil them so much. After all of that was finished, I added the sheep to their new home. I think they're going to love it. I experienced some black magic with the pigs and then finally got them into the barn. They also seem happy, and got the lovely cows into their own barn too. I added some leftover carpets to the fences and I think we're finally all done here, until I find more stuff to add. I said hi to a cat to celebrate and I had leftover leaves that I didn't feel like putting away. I added the leftover leaves to the boys' locker room since it was looking a little empty to me and I'm really glad that I did. Also added some fences to the lanterns and added fences to the tree for a more complete look. I don't know, but it looked nice, so I'm keeping it. And got organized at the end of the day. I didn't know where to put my horses since I only built a 3-room barn, but I wanted easy access to the horses that I never use. So I built this little shack home horse stable thingy with the same-ish design as the barn so it doesn't look too out of place. And put the horses to the side of the shack. I think it's a nice enough spot for them, but I'll never make a nice spot for the chickens. They know what they did. They deserve that 1x1 glass prison. Apparently, I read this on Facebook, so it must be true. I heard that animals need food. Not sure why they do, but I brought food outside their rooms for future feeding. And like clockwork, I went to check on my machine, figured it was broken. It was. I'm sure you're probably thinking it's not worth keeping, but you're wrong. I fed the animals I'll ultimately end up ignoring and went to the mega building. I don't really like the design right now, so I spent the day taking it down. I want to add a lot more depth to it. I finished the deconstruction of the powdered sugar tower and worked on making more white concrete blocks. Afterwards, I spent the day working on a new body shape for the tower and attempting to plan out how I wanted it to look. And did you know that the color scheme to a penguin is black and white? That is because the feathers that are covering the penguin are not any other color. On top of that, the penguin used to be the apex predator of the world, often getting into fights with T-Rexes and winning without breaking a sweat. But ever since the penguin lost its thumbs, it turned into the bird we all know and love today. I had to begin the other tower, but this kind gentleman came by and gave me 2 free leads. Took a little bit, but the copy process was going over pretty well. I'm hoping to finish this build by the end of 700 days. Speaking of 700 days, did you know that a penguin can traverse as far as 39.2 meters in less than 700 days? Speedy little boogers. Now, here's a question for you. What do you call a cow that can't feel pain? The tower was coming along nicely, loving the depth, but I ran out of glass and had to go cook more. While waiting for it to complete, I moved some chests into other chests and tried again at the bullseye achievement. It didn't work. Honestly, wasn't surprised. I didn't want to get burnt out from building and wanted to make sure I was still good in combat. I got prepared and flew out to find a raid tower. Then had to say hi to a sheep because I'm forgetful and didn't bring a bed. Also stole some bees from the wild and found the raid tower from the beginning of this series. I was saying hi to the pillagers who missed me a ton but got bored and began collecting sand. I continued playing patty cake with the pillagers, but I noticed they were slowing down. I feel like they were hiding from me. Then I found their man cave and apparently I wasn't invited. Really reminded me of elementary school. I got to Bad Omen 3 and it was taking too long to get to 5. So I went back to that destroyed village and maybe took some stuff. I won't say though. I went exploring, but I'm roughly 63% gremlin and I just couldn't help myself. I kept finding coal and after using all of mine on my perfectly working auto cooker, I really needed more. I flew some more and found a pillager hotel. I immediately found 2 of the flag carriers and I tickled them. While they were laughing, I took their flags and now I'm at Bad Omen 5. I went back to the village that I always go to and began the raid. Nothing really happened. It was a lot of easy pillagers who were in awe at seeing me. But we did play Mario Kart, so that was fun. Day 634 started off as usual. I was terrorizing the terror group at a village and it was all going well. You see, it was really easy since I had my bow and arrows. Until I ran out of arrows for my bow and arrows. Then I had to take on 3 Ravagers with just a sword. And you'd think that'd be easy, except you can't hit a a Ravager without getting hit yourself, and they push you back. It reminded me of my mother. I played tag with them, but kept on focusing on the other pillagers to try and wither down the enemies, and it was actually going well, until it didn't. I had to run away from the massive group of them, like I did to the girls back in high school. The pillagers got me down to 2 hearts, but it wasn't even close. I then found out, on purpose, totally not by accident, that Ravagers can't hit you if you're under them in water. So, after finding that out, I very easily beat the raid and shook the hands of the flying rats. I looked around a bit more for more loot, and then flew back home to get my massive chest of saddles and totems of undying even more filled. I also have so many beds that I'm putting them around my compound to fall asleep easier no matter where I am. With the hero of the village buff on me, it was time to make some mad capitalism moves, and I spent almost the entire day trading with the money printers. Economists would hate them. I made a little bit over 26 emerald blocks from doing this. After shorting the stock market, it's time to flex my netherite wealth. I didn't want to look at my notepad with coordinates anymore, so I made 2 lodestones to the most common areas that I head to. I made one for my base and put it on my dojo house, and the second one for the inn portal. Very nice. Since I was here, I hung out with my 6 feet tall buddies and healed all my stuff. In news to surprise you all, my auto cooker is working perfectly. I checked up on it and I don't see any issues. Just so I don't forget the pattern of my mega building, I got back to work on it. I really need to finish it before I reach 700 days so I don't mess it up in the next 100 days. But I ran out of white concrete and made some more. I finished making the powdered sugar in the morning and got back to work on the tower. I finished the second level of it, but something felt off on it. I didn't like how flat the legs were compared to the ring around it, so I wanted to try and bring the glass out and add some depth. I spent the day adding the new glass design to the bottom floor, and did you know, I bet you didn't, that penguins are actually allergic to 32 different types of snow? They can legally only survive in 3 different types of snow on Earth. Also, you might think I'm lying, but I promise you I'm telling the truth. A penguin has never stepped foot on Jupiter. I swear, that fact is true. As my mother always said, if you're building a mega structure, make sure you add some designs to it. And she's right, something felt off with the tower. It needed something more. So I got to work and I finished a design that I like on it. But I don't want it to be repetitive, so I'm going to change it up on each side. Now, despite what anybody has ever told you, here's another truth bomb. Penguins are indeed, in fact, without a doubt in my mind, not lying to you, no cap, are not related to great white sharks. Okay, joke's over. Something very serious happened in this world. I was making the second level's design and I noticed I messed up on the second design. It wasn't lining up like the one below it, but I followed the exact same build path that I took before. I'm not sure why it's not looking this— oh, never mind. I just made the second level 1 block too short. I don't know why all of you are freaking out over it. It was a simple fix, and with that, it's looking great so far. And after 32 hours of work, I'm just guessing, I actually don't know how long this first tower took me. The first tower is completely done. I chose a different design on each side of the wall, and I'm loving it a lot so far. Now for Tower 2. And speaking of Tower 2, did you know that they spend 10 to 16 hours a day eating food? Mainly bamboo. Wait, no, that's about pandas, not penguins. Now for an actual penguin fact. They have an extended wrist bone that they use like a thumb to help them grip food. That's about pandas, not penguins. I have a feeling this is a sign that I need to rescue that panda soon. On a building note, I finished the entire first level of the tower and I was working on the band around the middle of it, but I ran out of prismarine and sea lantern blocks. So, you know what time it is. It's time to hunt down some shulker boxes, jump into the nether, burn the family jewels, and what are you doing, step bro? It's time to spend some quality time with my least favorite hostile mob. Luckily for this farm, it goes super fast, so we won't be here long. Contrary to popular belief, it's a little known fact that penguins are indeed not friends with guardians. Everyone hates these auto-aiming no-good-for-nothing fish. Here's a little secret about my compound. Did you know that my auto-making cobblestone machine only makes cobblestone and not any other block? Bet I would clear the air there. Now, I want to continue torturing the guardians as much as the next person, but I felt I farmed them long enough. I was filling up my shulkers with the items and I was getting really worried because I couldn't fit them all into the shulkers. Then you can craft the blocks here. So, I did that and I already know I'm going to use all of these blocks fast. So, back to AFKing we go. Did you know? Scientists still don't know for sure how many kinds of penguins there are. They range between 17 to 20, but there's debates on whether similar kinds of species are actually different. And I know that the penguin species may look similar to giraffes, but the penguin is indeed not related to them. It's a common misconception because both species have beaks. Now, I know all of you want more true facts that aren't lies, but I finished AFKing the guardians. So I returned to the collection center and made all of the items into blocks, and I easily had enough to last me the rest of the 100 days. Maybe. But I returned home and definitely didn't get lost in the nether. I have a lot of fish I can do capitalism with, but I want even more money, so I'm not going to sell them yet until I get the hero of the village buff. And to all of your surprise, I went and got organized and then prepared for the raid. I might have over-prepared, but that's better than under-preparing. I then flew back to that village that I always go to with only one villager trapped in his house, probably scared for his life and doesn't know how to continue going on, and I fell asleep. I would have begun the raid, but I heard the cries from the pillagers that they missed me a lot. We all gave each other hugs villagers and were planning on going on a picnic. But as we were planning it, I think they wanted to play hide and seek with me. I just couldn't find them anymore. A traveling trader heard I was all alone and wanted to cheer me up with some free leads. He's too kind. After that, I did find more of the flag bearers and got to Bad Omen 5. With the babysitting and chores done with, it's time to get this raid started. The first 3 waves were incredibly easy and honestly quite boring. Nothing exciting happened. I kept on hitting everything with my sniper shots since I'm the greatest marksman on the planet, and finished the wave off with these nerds running away from me. I kept on saying hi to the pillagers, but as time went on, they started to disappear. Made me feel sad and lonely. But I bribed the ravagers and some pillagers with the trip to SeaWorld, and they fell over with happiness from the trip. After that fun field trip, I beat the raid and got the hero of the village buff. I flew back home immediately because I knew I had a lot to sell and I would need the full timer. I put away my totems of Undying and saddles. My double chests are looking amazing. Now for all of your favorite segment that you were looking forward to, mass trading with the locker boys. And wow, did I make a killing. I traded the entire day, didn't trade all my fish, and made over 70 blocks of emeralds. I was tortured to stay in the boys locker room at the beginning of this day and finally sold all of my fish. I made 103 emerald blocks in here, but I had some ink sacks to sell and that brought me to 105 emerald blocks for the day. Amazing work. I decided to be kind and bred Technoblade and the other animals as well. With capitalism done for now, I got back to work on the mega building. I'm getting worried that I won't complete it. I thought I had enough resources and was making good time on the build, but I ran out of the blue stained glass, and I don't have any more blue flowers. So I gathered up the carrots I had from my farm and put it into my auto composter. But that'll take forever to do, so I helped it out to speed it up. Of course, I'm gonna make it an auto farm, and luckily enough for the flower farm, it's super cheap and easy to make, which I was really happy to find out. I got all the items ready and almost 2 shulker boxes filled with bone meal. I flew to the village right next to my compound since I got blue flowers from here before. I immediately set up shop and got to work on making the machine. And to all of your surprise, this machine is very simple. Something Mumbo Jumbo could make in 30 seconds flat. On day the power of Christ compels you, I did some serious work and finished the auto flower farm. Everything was looking perfect until I found out none of the flowers were blue. Okay, maybe it's just rare? No. Half a shulker box is of pink, white, orange, and red. Well, I'm gonna leave this farm in case I need these colors later. I returned back to base and put the flowers away near the bees, and got back to work on preparing to build another machine. Now I have to find a second spot that has blue flowers. Was a little worried since they're rare. So I flew around and got sidetracked by the bees in this flower biome. I very politely took their homes without asking them. I noticed this lonely flying bee, but it wouldn't go into the beehive. So I stacked all 3 of mine and thought he would fly over and go in them. But while waiting for him, I had the pleasant surprise of bees coming out of the hives. Thought nothing of it. I'm sure it wouldn't go badly. But then a 3rd one came out and flew away. But he came back. But then a 5th bee came out of the hive. And then 2 more came out, leaving me standing with 7 bees until it turns nighttime. And luckily night fell and they all rushed back in. I said they all rushed back into their hives. And then I saved the lost dummy bee. I love them all. With World War B3 finally done, I flew back to the flower forest and scouted the area for some blue flowers. I made sure I found a spot that had them so I wouldn't mess up the machine again. The area wasn't flat enough and had a lot of trees and other foliage everywhere, so I spent the day removing it all and working on my auto composter. And after making sure that blue flowers spawn here and I had no doubt, I got to work on the auto flower farm again. Is that a bee? Yeah, I'm definitely stealing it later. And by later, I mean right now. But with stealing that one, I found 2 more beehives. I waited for this bee to go in and took them all. After collecting a generation's worth of bees and beehives, I got to work on the machine and almost finished the entire thing today. With the machine finished on day 671, I turned it on and was horrified. It worked, but it was giving me the same 4 flowers as the previous machine. I don't know why I keep placing it in the wrong areas, but I really didn't want to move the machine a 3rd time. I went around on foot and found a spot that had blue flowers and farmed it a bit there. Then I marked a spot where they spawn for tomorrow. Since I decided to bite the bullet and move the machine, I was determined to get it to work properly and get me the flowers I needed. This time, I made sure that the blue flowers spawned there. I used bone meal on all sides to see what would spawn. This time, I'm certain this machine will work. So I got the beginning of it done today. I torqued the important blocks from my old machine and added them to the new. I knew the design by memory, so I quickly finished building it today and then turned it on. To a joyful surprise, it worked and it was giving me blue flowers. I was a little bit happy, as you can tell, and left the machine on while I got rid of the old area. Since it took me so long to finally get these flowers going, I wanted to fill up an entire shulker box with those blue flowers. I knew that my mega building would use all of the flowers up, or almost all of them up. I can always just keep an inventory of them on hand for future builds. I spent the day terraforming the land and making it look pretty. And after a few days of farming, I filled up a shulker box with blue flowers and spent the remaining time terraforming the side of the hill. With that, I'm done with this area and I now have a successful blue dye farm. Okay, I lied. I finished the terraforming today, and then I flew home. Luckily, the farm isn't far from my compound, so I made it home really quickly. I got organized in, wow, I have a lot of bees now. Like, a lot. Also, a lot of blue dye. And finally being able to get back to work, I finished the glass sides of the building and began working on the designs. The second level should hopefully not take me too long. I don't know why, but I forgot to record the time lapse here, so you're stuck with these beautiful first-person shots. But I finished the next 2 designs and then remembered to record, and got a time lapse for the final wall. With both towers done, I began working on the molding part of the tower that would support the flooring. I didn't like how narrow it was looking, so I extended the support some more. I want these to come out very far and cover a lot of the flooring, so it makes it look like it's being very well supported. They're luckily not too much work, so I was able to almost finish the entire thing today. I finished the lip of the support today and made sure it was 5 blocks out on all sides. I'm loving the look and size of this build so far. Halfway done now with the towers. I just need to mirror it over. Now, did you know? Penguins will jump into the air before diving to swim faster. The jump will release air bubbles from their feathers, removing drag and allowing them to swim faster. I was doing the normal build and copying the planes over, but I noticed something was off. The blocks weren't matching up with the other tower, so I built over and started to count. Very scary math. I noticed I didn't add enough blocks on the second tower, so I had to spend the rest of the day fixing those errors. With all of that done, I was able to finish the prismarine block part of the support, and I began with the floor design. I'm going to leave a huge pocket of air where I'm standing so I can run water lines for the items to come into here, since I'm going to make this massive thing into an item sorter once it's all done. I was out of the white concrete, so I made some more and added some spice to the floor edge design. I know I didn't make anywhere near enough, but I wanted to put off making more for as long as I could. I'm almost out of bone meal, so white dyes are going to be hard to make soon. I made almost as much as I could and got to work on making white concrete. After visiting the bakery kitchen and making loads of powdered sugar, I was ready to continue on with the build. I'm super sure I won't need to do this again. I'm just adding white concrete to the air spots to save on material and make this build a bit cheaper. And getting back to making the floor, wow, that was about 8 stacks of white concrete. Barely made a dent in the floor pattern. Since I'm making land up here, I knew that mobs would start spawning soon, so I used sea lanterns to light up the place. Since I'll be making a lot of white concrete for this place, I gathered some materials and made a concrete making spot under the build. This state-of-the-art concrete making farm was so efficient and amazing that I spent the entire day making white concrete. It was actually incredibly easy and fast. I made around an inventory of white concrete and immediately got to work. So far, this entire massive build is half the size of the full building. The entire building won't just be an item sorter, but a huge part of it will be that. So I'm only building this out to the middle of the building, and then added sea lanterns to keep up with the dark areas. I miss the auto concrete pooping machine so much that I spent this entire day working on making more. I'm pretty positive I've used over 4,000 blocks so far on this building. I'm making great progress on the build so far, and I almost have the bottom layer of the floor done. I'm not going to finish it at this rate, however. I used up all of my sand and gravel for the concrete, but I'm happy with how this build is turning out. To finish off the day, I worked on adding sea lanterns to the floor. Don't want a creeper to ruin this build. I took a look at what I've done so far, and I'm in love. I got some shulkers ready for collection and headed off to an area that I thought was a gravel mountain. I was wrong. I forgot to bring a bed and I left a tree exactly like how I found it. I decided to go to the desert with my pillager buddies and spend the rest of the day collecting sand. I need to fill a shulker with it. I quickly got the rest of the sand and filled a shulker box with it all. Now, the pillagers near me were being so loud and just crying a lot, so I knew they wanted me to come by and say hi. And being a natural born sweetheart, I just couldn't say no to them, and I began saying hi to them to get to Bad Omen 5. Took only a couple minutes the next day, and I got to Bad Omen 5. Now it's time to take on another raid, since I felt like it would be a fun activity to end off the video. I went back to my poor old villager and got to work. The first few rounds were boring like usual, man. Not much happened. Didn't even come close to dying. I kept on playing tag with the pillagers and they all seemed to be enjoying themselves. But they really wanted to go to SeaWorld again. And you know me, I just can't say no. So we all had a fun time with shampoo. The final waves of the raid were interesting though. Apparently, the pillagers really didn't want me to make 800 days. So they actually tried. Luckily, I knew the water trick and I tickled their toes in the ocean. After getting rid of the Ravengers, I went back on land to say hi to my friends. They sure do love me. I took more sniper shots at the Ravengers and, not even shockingly, I hit all my shots and got rid of those boogers easily. I saw a fun time in the pond, so I dove in and had a pool party with everyone. Shortly after that, I said hi to the remaining pillagers and the raid was won. I said hi to my villager friend. I want all of you to give him a name. But it was time to get back to business, and I went back out to find a gravel mountain, which was harder than I expected. Now, when I say it was difficult to find it again, I mean it was insanely impossible to find again. I don't know where the gravel mountain went, but I couldn't find it again. So I just settled for these little gravel pockets in these hills and collected those. Also, I lost my bed. Not sure where I put it, so I went and made another. I was flying around and ran into my old, definitely not trapped panda. I swear, I'll rescue him soon and bring him home. After the heartwarming reunion, I went back to gravel hunting. Luckily though, I'm almost done collecting gravel. Just need to fill up a shulker box with it, which I filled filled up at the beginning of the next day. I actually got a little bit too much, but I'm not complaining. I took out my compass and headed home, which was luckily pretty close. I spent half the day getting organized and admiring my saddles and totems, then headed over to the inn to spend time with my Enderman buddies and to heal my armor and tools. I immediately got to work on making concrete because I really want to finish the floor before the 700th day, except I'm out of bone meal, and I barely have enough crops to make more. I made as much white concrete powder as I could and spent the remaining time of the day turning it all into concrete. Luckily, I had enough white concrete to finish the floor, so I finished that goal for the video. But this building is going to be a lot of work and take a lot of time. I almost had enough white concrete to finish the walls, but I ran out of it again, so I borrowed some from the other wall. Since I don't have time to make more white concrete, I added the remaining prismarine blocks that I had to the walls. After that, I lit up the rest of the platform so no creepers could visit me, and knowing me, when I'm working on the top part of the floor or adding the item sorter to the building, I'll dig and fall through the floor and into the tubes and probably almost end up dying. So to save myself from that, I'm adding a wooden cover to the holes. But the sun was setting, I got organized, and I went back to the traditional spot of watching the sunset to end off 700 days. Back to the beehive after a few hundred days. I don't remember what style I was going for, but first I had to finish the bee head. I went to my stockpile of sheep and made it so they couldn't go within 1,000 feet of a middle school. Disgusting creatures. I finished Bumble's head in, I don't know how I feel about this building anymore. The inside was even more confusing. I had no idea what past me was doing. So I reworked some of the dirt outlines, but you know what? I'm just gonna have to make the beehives first, and then do the building. I'll leave it to future me, since future me will be older, therefore wiser. I began the untouched beehive and I wanted to build it out of a bee's natural building material, wood. I used about 8 stacks but barely even made a dent into this. This will take a lot of gathering to finish this monster. Also, leave a comment down below on what should we name the beehive. Now, as a wise man once said, if you need a lot of wood for your mega beehive, go build an auto tree farm. But you're not watching a wise man, you're watching skies. So I went to the auto sorting system build site and decided to knock out 2 babies with 1 stone and chop down the forest there, since I'll have to in the future. I was finding it therapeutic chopping down the forest and removing the home of birds, since I'm the only bird allowed to live here. I was about halfway done chopping down this forest and I think I almost have enough wood to complete the beehive shells. Also, I'm collecting all the saplings for bone meal and the sticks for trading. I'm too good at capitalism. I was organizing my inventory, then I figured the machine was broken. I grabbed some bamboo because I didn't feel like checking without it and went to the disaster zone. And yep, it was broken. The fuel cart wasn't moving around. It needed some help, so I gave it a huge love tap. Luckily, everything has fuel, but this little turd doesn't want to move. After a hot minute, I figured it was the weight in the cart, so I removed all of the bamboo in it. Then got back to making Bumble's massive mansion, finishing up the sides of the hive. And boom, baby, we're now 2 out of 3 hives done. I mentioned this in a previous video, but as time goes on, I'll keep on adding to this beehive, adding more shells and making it larger over time, whenever we have too many bees and need to make it more open for them. I almost finished the final comb today, but ran out of logs again. But hey, it's only 8 days into this and progress is coming along really rapidly, luckily. So I went back to the forest behind the auto sorting building and collecting birch for charcoal. It's either that or sticks. I gotta be honest, after seeing what I did to this forest all by myself, I'm not really surprised that there's no penguins in the rainforest. Just imagine how rapidly that entire place would get torn down if we were there. But anyways, the forest behind the building is almost completely cleared out. Now, today was kind of interesting. First off, the cactus farm that I think all of you forgot about, that I don't use, is out of fuel. I don't know how. I didn't even know this was possible. So I had to fix it. I thought you would all like to know. Then, the auto cooker's fuel loading cart broke again. Machines around here just really don't like to work. I think an overhaul of my machines is going to have to happen soon. But after all of that fun, I finished cleaning out the forest. Surprised how little it took me. For day gas station, did you know NASA wanted to keep this a secret from the public? But a penguin has never once stepped foot on Saturn. I promise you that it's true. Also, did you know, no matter how badly I wish it wasn't true, there's actually no penguin on Earth that can speak English? Might be a few that can speak Russian though, knowing them. With the last of the torches put down, the combs of the hive are all spawn-proof. I can't have my bees in danger. Now, for the glass. And this monster would be needing a ton. I'm almost out of shulkers, so I'll have to get more soon. But anyways, I began flying to the desert to steal sand from the locals. And landing in the desert, I found this very bizarre nether portal. I've never seen a buried one before, so I began to excavate the site to see if it had a chest. But while digging, I heard a lot of explosions. So I looked back and found this buried desert temple. Interesting desert, but I ignored it and went back to mining. And there it was. The world's greatest loot. Amazing. I found a village nearby and decided to shave off this hill. Here's a fun fact for you all. Have you ever noticed when geese fly in a V formation, one side is always longer than the other? That's because there's more geese on that side. I finally filled up both shulkers full of sand. Hopefully will be enough for the beehive. I wanted to go explore the village, but this bub wanted to size me up. I warned him I listened to Young Boy NBA, but sadly, he didn't want to listen. So he fell down the stairs or something. Even the iron golem didn't miss him. But I explored the village and there really wasn't anything. I got a little bit of loot, but nothing special. I wanted to explore though, so I went out and found this long lost pyramid that hasn't been touched in thousands of years. I skipped my way inside and took everything in there like it was my own. Oh, and I found this portal from hell with a notch apple inside. I think this is my 5th one now? I don't know. Skipping through this flower forest, I was feeling my princess side. So, having a shulker box of beehives isn't enough. I want more. So, I went around with my gremlin nose and kept on finding beehives. Had some interesting spinning bees, but I love the unique ones. And after a full day of abducting bee children, I ended up with 9 more beehives to add to my base. After destroying an entire ecosystem, I figured I collected enough beehives. So, I flew home, getting organized, and wow, I had a lot of loot to put away. Also forgot I had an armor chest. And there I was, about to load up the machine with sand when I decided to check on it again. I knew it was broken. And you know what? I love machines that cause the owner immense stress and anxiety as much as the next person, but I think I'm going to have to redo this machine soon. Replace it all with water pathways instead of minecarts. And I made orange glass for the combs. I finished the first side of the first comb, but after looking at it, it's too empty. I like the orange tint for it, but I feel like it needs more. Something to make it a tiny bit harder to see out of so the bees don't miss freedom and seek to revolt against me. That'd be a big no-no. It feels like I'm trying to choose the color of my suit for my wedding, and this is just becoming stressful. Nothing is working, until I looked at my entrance again and remembered the honey blocks. They're orange and block out just enough vision to be nice. So I think I'll just make a wall out of honey and make the bees pay for it. I tore down the black glass and I'll just use orange glass and slowly change it out to honey over time. For some reason, the more glass I was using, the less I had in my inventory. So I spent the day smelting more glass. But honestly, I had to baby the machine. I had to feed it sand and then the rest of the day I fed it bamboo. I think I'll have to bite the bullet and remake this machine. I spent an hour in a creative world coming up with my own design, and luckily, I did. I came up with an auto-loading, fuel station, cooking, and offloading zone all by myself. I'm starting to get the hang of redstone and I'm absolutely loving it. So this entire day was spent preparing to make that machine. I began on the fuel loading section first, and it was going splendid as you'd guess, until I didn't. I was confused why the ice was melting, was thinking it was because Mojang hated me. But it wasn't that just yet. It was because of the sea lanterns. Apparently, ice can't melt from soul fire stuff. So I went to the nether and bought some soul sand without any money and made some soul torches. Now, I don't know if it's because I'm blind or that the soul torches suck for lighting, but wow, these things are nowhere near as bright as my future. You have to place one on each block for it to light up something. Did you know? Regardless of how many scientists will try to disprove this, the T-Rex was actually so inspired by the penguin and saw it as such an alpha that it chopped its arms off to try and be similar to a penguin. I saw the old neighbors come by. I figured they'd like some lemonade, or sugar, or a grenade with its pin pulled, who knows? But they were rude, so I left. I cleared out the room, spawn-proofed it, and began to rebuild the machine. First thing I wanted to finish as fast as possible was a refueling station. I'm setting it up so each furnace has about 3 hoppers that will be completely filled with bamboo, so fuel should never be an issue. It's also coming straight from my bamboo farm. So I got this all done first and started the bamboo part so it can immediately begin filling up all the hoppers, which will take like an hour. With the bamboo shooter all set up and connected, I watched this thing like a killer whale. I wanted to be absolutely certain that it worked without any issues, and so far, it was working perfectly fine. So I began to work on the item loading area, which went incredibly smoothly as well. This machine was coming along nicely. Now with my massive brain, I figured at some point I would want to turn off the bamboo chute, so it doesn't constantly have 0 in stock. But this redstone off and on switch was proving to be insanely difficult, like Algebra 1B. It just wasn't coming along nicely. But luckily, I spent 37 years training with Einstein, so I made the on and off switch. With that done, I began working on the item loading chute. Had to tear up the long hallway and replace it with ice, until I found the green dildo monster and had to say hi to it before it ruined my machine. The item loading area went smoothly. It was just another copy and paste from the other areas. I tested out the machine and so far, it's still all working perfectly fine. So all that's left is the finished goods offloading area. I finished the redstone part of it and turned it into a fun fountain. It was enjoyable to watch. Then I finished the collection area and completed the machine. I put in some test cobblestone inside and checked out the bamboo machine. Someone, definitely not me because I'm perfect, broke the railroad under the minecart. Fixed that bad boy up and made it so there's only one chest in there for the machine so I can monitor the bamboo amount easier. I lied. I did the cobblestone test today and while that was going, I was being my normal beautiful self and getting organized. But when I was over at the auto machine, you know what? We need a name for the auto machine. Comment what I should call it. Now, I kept on hearing zombies under my machine and it was starting to get annoying. I found the cave and then found a zombie spawner. I never knew there was one this close. Amazing. The chest had a name tag and some loot. Nothing really special. But I marked the location of the spawner. Maybe I'll use it later? I think my game was glitched while adding these orange glass blocks. The more I used them, the less I had. Kind of of annoying, but I checked on the machine and all 64 stone came back. It works perfectly. The auto machine is also full of bamboo, so I went and turned it off. Also added the remaining sand to the auto machine. Unlike my mother, I went to check on my creation and make sure it was still a perfect little ball of sunshine. It was. No issues at all, luckily. But then, after crying and getting tears all over my keyboard after realizing I can make the fuel line even more efficient, I decided to dropkick the baby and get to it. I can link the fuel line to constantly run around so I don't have to turn it on and off. I began getting prepared and flew to my home and mined some ice. After collecting more ice glaciers and contributing to global warming, I flew back home and went to my baby. You see, if I disconnect the fuel line right here, I can just feed it back through this dispenser and have it travel on an ice block lane all the way back to my bamboo farm. Are you still with me? I dug a tunnel all the way to the bamboo farm and was getting it all lined up. I started to make this dispenser elevator up into one of the hoppers, but then realized that I'm not mumbo jumbo and I don't hate myself enough to figure out how to do this. So I tore it down and decided to make it a lot more simple by bringing the hoppers back a little and making a water elevator onto them. I became a mole and prepared the ice water bucket challenge pathway thingy and got it all connected up and ready to work perfectly everywhere. I changed the stone to glass so I could always see what's going on in this overflow system and because I have a lot of glass now. And removed the on and off switch. It looks really clean now. With the redstone fun stuff over with, I had a lot of glass already cooked for this beautiful build. Until I didn't. I was about to finish the second comb, but I ran out of orange dye for the glass. Big oopsie. So I skinned my cheeks while flying over to one of my flower farms and spent the day being an honest working man. Maybe. But I got enough dyes to finish the build and finished up the second honeycomb. One left. Now, did you know that if you look at a penguin, a majority of them you won't see any colors on them? That's because they don't have any colored feathers. Oh, and I used all the glass somehow, so I got some shulkers and flew to the desert. Did you know that back in 732 BC, it was actually the Emperor Penguin that invented the Romans' aqueduct systems? They needed a faster way to travel around the city since their little feet couldn't step as far as a human. I flew back home and went to the auto cooker loading zone, and you know what? My muscles are just so massive that I didn't want to break the chest by flooding it too fast with items. So I made a hopper thing so they could do it for me. Way easier. Also flew to the end because I missed my brothers and healed up my almost broken shovel. I was waiting for the glass to smelt and then noticed that I'm getting really low on golden carrots. I also don't have any gold on backup. So I went to the nether and decided to watch the zombie piglin suffer while showering me in gold. Did you know that in ancient Egypt, there was never any penguins on their grounds? I mean, penguins flew back then, but that's besides the point. Also, here's another true fact. Back in 534 AD, there was a group of 7 penguins that helped inspire Leonardo da Vinci with his inventions. They helped him out with all the technical aspects. And then, as Abraham Lincoln once said, I finished AFKing in hell and filled my shulker box with rotten flesh and gold. So I got prepared for capitalism for the next day. I spent a little bit of time and finished crafting all the golden carrots. And I think I'll be good for another 200 days or something. The majority of the day and ended with 15 emerald blocks and 3 left over. Soon I'll have to make another chest because I'm getting way too many emeralds. Also, the glass is like 20% done. I got impatient today though and went and took 8 stacks of glass. I made it all trump and then finished the final honeycomb wall. Didn't make it a time lapse since I knew it wouldn't take me long. And once I was done, it's so beautiful. Except for the fact that it's towering over the edge of my land. So I began to terraform the land to fit it better. Did you know that penguins can overheat? They've adapted to survive in the negative 50 Celsius Arctic temperatures, but when they run or during the summer, they can risk overheating. Wait, no, that's polar bears. Also, back in 300 BC, the penguin was heralded by the Mayan people as vessels of the gods and were honored. Wait, no, that was turkeys. My bad. But did you know that penguins back in 1781 wanted to have fun, so they set up a bunny hunt with 3,000 bunnies. They set them free, and when they were about to hunt them, the bunnies turned around and actually charged the... Oh, my bad. No, that was Napoleon Bonaparte, not penguins. But for real, did you know that back in the 11th century, when penguins invented the fork, it was seen as sacrilegious in Italy? That's because it was seen as artificial hands to help twirl spaghetti, and that was apparently sacrilegious. And last but not least, back in the 13th century, penguins actually declared war on black cats. That's because apparently black cats were instruments of Satan. And of course, this massive war... Oh, no. Sorry, my bad. This was actually Pope Gregory IV. So I was looking around at my other builds, and this beehive is standing out like a sore thumb. Like my father once said, I'm not sure how I feel about my creation. It doesn't blend in well with the other buildings, so I began to tear it down. I'll redo it. Now, being that the entrance isn't that massive, I believe it's about 36 blocks wide. I wasn't expecting for it to take an entire day, but I did tear down a majority of the entrance today. I looked over the honeycombs, and I want to choose a color combo that matches it, but also blends in with the rest of my builds. Unlike the auto cooking mega build, but that's a different section entirely of my base. So I looked around and I think I found some blocks I like. So I went into a creative world for 2 hours and built the entrance there. It's going to look amazing. I got the color palette ready, but had to remove the rest of the stonework around the entrance. Also got rid of the water. After that was all cleaned up, I didn't really have any time to begin the to build. Night came too fast. After this build, I'm starting to realize that my building skills are improving massively, and that my animals are living in better housing than me. Starting to get jealous of my own creations. Sooner or later, I'll build a new house. Can't tear down my dojo house. I did as much work as I could with the amount of wood that I had, but sadly, I ran out. I grabbed a shulker box and glided through the air to the forest, but didn't chop down any trees, because that's wrong and I know better. Did you know that when the pyramids were first discovered back in 2019, there were 83 different species of penguin bones found in the caskets inside of each pyramid of Giza? Also, here's another fun fact. Did you know the spicy sauce, ketchup, was sold as a medicine back in the 1830s? It was sold as a cure for indigestion. And did you know, despite being the most advanced civilization of its time, Atlantis had a penguin problem? There simply just wasn't enough penguins there, and that screams issues to me. Now, just like the massive orange glass walls, slowly over time I will switch out the glass blocks in the entrance to honey blocks as well. I just needed to place something here right now so I can finish the build. All glass blocks right now are just placeholders. Sort of the same with the sea lanterns used inside of the building. I need more glowstone. I'm just too lazy to go collect it. I'll probably make an auto witch farm soon. The main part of the entrance is built, the shell of it basically. And knowing bees, in case they got out of the honeycombs, I'll have to get rid of the holes in the building. So I had to become a submarine technician and plug up the holes around the build. I'm planning on making that tiny lip area part of the second floor. I got a call that Smokey the Bear thought he was better than me. Knowing that I'm the absolute greatest by an entire mile, I had to go and chop down his forest. Or I needed more wood, but I like to go with the former. With more resources collected that I have absolutely no idea if they're enough, I got to work on the interior. I designed a funky staircase out in dirt and tried my best to keep the original design and replace it with wooden stairs and some other blocks, which I think I nailed it perfectly. Here's a fun fact for you all. You'll think I'm lying, but I'm not. Did you know that the layers of our planet is just a theory? We don't actually know if they're truly there. We just base them off of seismographs during earthquakes and see the vibrations going through our planet. Also, did you know that space is silent? There's no atmosphere out there to carry sound. I don't know if that's comforting or terrifying to know. Here's another fun space fact. There are more trees on Earth than there are planets in the Milky Way. There's roughly 3 trillion trees on Earth and anywhere between 100 to 400 billion planets in the galaxy. Here's another expensive fact for you. There's a planet about 40 light years away from us made entirely of diamonds. Good luck getting to it though. You'll need it. And we're back with the time lapses. I'm curious, how many of you like these time lapses? Or do you like the first person view more when I build? Leave a comment down below. I'll probably go with the popular vote in 900 days. Should probably explain what's going on. This build just takes an infinite amount of wood, so I had to go back to the sad forest and chop down more of it. It's starting to get a lot more open around here, but I'm working on the back entrance for the build. So I designed the front entrance in the creative world, but I'm freehanding the back entrance. I want to go for a giant glass dome so I can view the land and make the inside look even more open. Also, I'm basically doing a second edition of the entrance if I were to make it different but a similar theme. So the bottom part had to line up with the honeycomb but also fit in with the theme. It was a mess at first, but I got the shape down and wanted to line it up with the center. I'm using a bit more stone on this side compared to the entrance, but this shape is so awkward to build with. It's proving to be quite difficult. Now, it is starting to look like some kind of tank from Star Wars, but I was thinking of a boulder design with some Viking Nordic kind of style on this. The entrance was giving me a medieval vibe when building it, so that's what I'm going with back here. And I also couldn't get this lip thing to look right. Now, I'm gonna be honest, I was having a real tough time with this build. I don't know what was going on, but wow, I couldn't build a pattern that I liked. I kept on running around it trying to figure it out, but after half a day in this world, I just decided to take small chunks on and add fine details to the door. While building this back entrance, I realized that whenever I feel a build isn't looking right, adding depth and smaller blocks to the jagged edges to smooth it out really helps. Also, love building with walls and fences. It's just such a nice touch. And after nearly completing it, if you look at this from the sky, it kind of looks like a bee. So I think this build ended up perfectly. And to finish off the build, of course, I added some dark oak leaves. When in doubt, everyone, don't ever forget, add some leaves to your build. It's just something about that block that really ties in everything perfectly. Also added some hidden lights to the building so the baddies won't spawn on it. Tell me what you think of the back entrance. I think I nailed it pretty well. And now for more first-person content. I want to add a layer to the walls so it isn't oak wood from the honeycombs making up the inside. I wanted to try and blend wood into stone since the back entrance has a lot of stone and the front entrance has a lot of wood. I added some stone to the front, but wow, this ain't looking good, Chief. But don't worry. Luckily, I decided to to not keep the ugly wall. I quickly tore it down and went for a simpler
What's up,
wooden
dude?
pattern with a rock bottom and rock sides to support the ceiling. After messing around with the design and making it look pretty, I finished one wall. Quite proud of it. And all of this day, I was being a fax machine, just copying everything over, which for some reason wasn't too easy. I don't know why, but it was difficult, which kind of went on to this day as well, for almost all of it. Yeah, I don't know why it took so long, but obviously, if you have a beehive, you gotta have an aquarium. Can't have one without the other. I just need fish now. I remembered
Stop
a long,
this,
long time ago when a gal
Yeah. Oh no, hell no. I don't do speed running or anything like that. I just like chilling and digging, and I like digging tunnels. But hey, hey, we should hop on Discord because there hasn't been anybody in here basically all night. Just gonna end the stream there.